Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. You were like,
Working on it.
Other people are going to be looking at the computers. So like, I like to know how to do everything.
Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of the team. Everything is awesome. When you live in our dream. Everything is better when we stick together. Side by side, you and I are going forever and fight forever. I'm with you, you're like me, we're all in on my feet. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of the team. Everything is awesome. We live in our dreams. I hope you know everyone's talking like good, cause everything's awesome. Awesome job to do, don't freak out for awesome community. Awesome, make my body in charge of toxins. 3 years later, I shut the toxins. Going like a boss, everything is awesome. Got the blood, got the crap too. We don't need it, what's to lose? Like you and I'm going forever, just running forever. I'm like you do me, working on my knees. Everything is over. Everything is cool when you're part of the team. Everything is over. Everything is free.
Just make you walk the day. I know about lies, take the spin. You know what's on them every day. Dark street, allergies, antiquities, branded material test. Some items on the last tree. From clocks, they're awesome. Clocks and socks, they're awesome. And kings and wigs, that's awesome. Everything you see in one day is awesome.
It's always fun to get something started. Get to the music. So I apologize after that. The voice is probably coming in and out today, but I'm excited about this topic. So welcome to the musical meat and potatoes, music therapy, music related behavior assessment. It was created by my supervisor, Angela South, as in 2001, in the Middle County for the interview district. Welcome to Passages. It's me. It's going to be a good time. Like I said, my name is Izzy Branch, music therapy intern at Monroe County ISD. So, in this presentation, we're going to be looking at how to communicate results with other team members. We're going to look at each step of the process and see how assessment is involved before, during, and after the initial assessment. We want you to be able to understand and interpret music-related behaviors and understand that you can be empowered to use the elements of music prescriptively to treat treatment strategies in accordance with the standards of practice guidelines under state. So like me, I work primarily in developmental disabilities in intermediate school districts. So I help my supervisor serve as the North County of Monroe County in Michigan. Michigan is like right around here. And I service about 20 to 22 schools bi-weekly. And right now I have a caseload of about between 36 and 42 groups a week. So it's a lot. It's like a drastic change from being a student, being like, oh, I got my 4 sessions a week. But it's really fun. And like I said, like, watching her and like learning from a supervisor that really respects is very empowering. So I work primarily with students with autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, and a lot of other speech and attention. Since I work in the school setting, primarily the law focuses on IDEA. So as you may or may not know, IDEA focuses around letting all students are entitled to the same opportunities as typically functioning students in their least restrictive environment. And no matter the function to be in their general education, and this is where like therapy is going to be therapy, where we increase academic skills, and particularly in my setting, we increase independent skills. One of the main things we focus on is adaptive independence to increase and promote these social skills. And because of this, it emphasizes that we're going to provide in the access to achievement to any neurodeveloping skills. So when we're working on these group skills, we want them to gain the knowledge from the expert, from their classroom teacher. So we come in to promote group skills and social skills so they can gain that learning from the expert. And then we use goal-oriented strategies for non-musical outcomes. So we use music therapy, the music-related tasks, to promote these non-musical outcomes. Like I said, in social areas of attendance and academic skills are the primary areas that we focus on in social emotional behavior. And so this is where we get the prescriptions. We use elements of music. This is why we became music therapists. So those are just a few listed accents, rhythm, tempo, anticipatory cues. The coolest thing about being a music therapist and about music is that it is our job to study how to be adaptive with it and be flexible with it. And that's why modality of music is so perfect for what we do and why we get to work across settings and work across populations. And then it always comes down to the therapeutic relationship. It's the perfect equilateral triangle between the client, the welfare of the client always being number one. You as a music therapist building that mutual rapport, which would look effortless to the client, but it's not effortless as a music therapist. You're continuously assessing in the moment the social emotional behaviors, and then you get music without the music. And then, as you know, MT is a process oriented. It's like laid out for us right there. We get to gain our knowledge from the transformation design model. Take them right out of our standards of practice to go to AMTA. So what we do for assessment is we gather information, part of the client's background and culture. We observe them in a musical setting and in a non-musical setting. We engage in the music, and we assess the client's responses and skill sets. And then our job as a therapist is to interpret these observations and be able to communicate them to any team member. So any teacher aide, any teacher, any parent, any therapist. I haven't talked this much yet. But it's really cool because all of this, you can go to musictherapy.org, log into your AMTA member account, go to the top right, you see official documents, and then you scroll over and you go to standards of practice, and then it literally lays it out for you in depth, all the guidance. So you can do that on your own time, but I brought some like quick tidbits in. So we have these 5 main points, and then we go through the standards of practice. So you click one that says the general standards of practice. 2.2 is assessment, and it goes 0 through 8. So the first one is focusing on gathering information, and the second one is focusing on exploring the client's cultural history. So this is like from the list back here, it's focusing on the first bullet point. And then sections 2 and 3 talk about observing in a musical and non-musical setting. Make sure that you're observing them in an appropriate setting, but the things that they're working on, you're analyzing, are these age appropriate? Are these appropriate for the functioning level? The assessment tools that you bring in, are they appropriate for the developmental level they're at? Where they are, or their chronological age level, those are different things. And then again, make sure you're gathering all the information so it's like a shared process for and then it talks about interpreting these behaviors to the most recent criteria, which is also stated on our AMTA. So 2.5 and 2.6 refer back to, again, interpreting and then finding conclusions and recommendations. So one interesting thing about 2.5 is that it's in our standards of practice that music therapy assessment procedures will become a part of the client's file. And that's part of our code of ethics or standards of practice. So even if an agency does not allow music therapy info to be a part of like the official document, in my case, the IEP, the individualized education plan, then it's still like under my standards of practice to fill out that client paperwork and make sure it's part of the case file if I'm doing an assessment. Even if music therapy hasn't been there's not up for a reevaluation. And then 7 and 8, I know I'm breezing through these because like you can look them up all by yourself on the website. I'm just trying to highlight some important aspects of it. Is the communication piece. They need to be communicated to other team members in a way that the other team members understand what we're doing. So it's okay to coming up with you. And it's okay to be like, well, he's improving attention because he's sustaining, from 16 to 32 measures to 32 to 64 measures. And in my mind, using my music memory, I know that, oh, that's a chorus and a verse and another chorus. Like using your musical memory in your goals and objectives as a music therapist is totally fine because that's the medium that we're working with. And the more we articulate that to other team members, the better understanding they have of what we're working with. So we will always focus on an appropriate referral process. It may not always be due as a referral music therapist, especially if you're contracted out to do an assessment. So, and you always want to make sure that your practice is within your scope of practice. And that's also something that you come up with AMTAS. And so you just want to make sure, just that exercise, that you're following all these processes. And as you know, this is what we learn in school. Everything that we do is like, go back to the process, go back to the process. What's the goal, And so when we follow our standards of practice, it's literally flexible. It's laid out there for us. And so no matter what you're learning in school, if you learn what you thought was best practice, or what a supervisor taught you, or what another professor may have inclined you to learn, you always have to refer back to our standards of practice because that's what's uniform. That's what standardized. So it's cool because once you get through all that general stuff that talks about assessment, it focuses in certain areas. So there's 10 different areas that have their own separate guidelines for things like assessment and referral processes, observation, documentation, termination. So I heavily agree in 4 intellectual development of disabilities in educational settings because those are the settings and the population that I work with. So it's really cool that, okay, so you're feeling kind of as though you're starting in an internship, you have no background, you're going to your first job and you got the job, but you've only worked with this population in your practicum, maybe you can focus on it in your internship. If you force your research and you're dating all the knowledge you can, but you go to our standards of practice and it lays out specific rules that you have to follow for different populations. I don't know. When I found this out, I was like, why are we not using, why does not everyone know about this? Laid out for us so easy. So again, it reflects that it's process oriented. Assessment, treatment, and implementation, documentation, and evaluation. So, can any of these think of reasons for an assessment? Like why a client would be referred to music therapy for an evaluation? Yeah. Exactly. And then what could be like a target behavior that you see a student do? If not, it's okay, like I haven't looked at them. Yes, this is how, yeah, exactly. Like I said earlier, there's a lot. There's so many, lack of group skill, sensory motor deficits. You think of what our clients, like what their weaknesses are. So that's why they get an evaluation for music therapy, and music therapy is such a unique modality that we get to see a lot of strengths that you want to see in the modality, which is also really cool. And I think I want to reiterate that, I don't know if I said it already, but reasons for evaluation, when you're going in to do an evaluation and an assessment for any chronological age level, like I work a lot in early childhood in my internship. So I need to be able to know, well, is a 1.5-year-old supposed to be able to synchronize on these developmentally, or is that something that they're working towards? So when you're looking for reasons to evaluate, that's something that you always want to keep in mind, the developmental stage level, the musical developmental stage level for sure, and also the learning developmental stage level, like where are they cognitively, or where are they in their motor planning. But I think, of course, these are all reasons for assessment, but what I see the most in my setting are lack of group skills, as I said, that community focused on a lot, gaining their education to be an expert or teacher, and social skills and impaired communication or poor communication skills. Okay, so this is why we came here, right? Music, the music therapy, music overview. So if you look at our overview, you'll see that it's based off the standards of practice. So it goes back to that process. So it has generally gathered information, we observe it in school and outside of the music therapy sessions and school sessions. And then we engage with the music and assess their abilities. So we'll get to that. But another thing that we're focusing on as a learning objective is interpreting the observations and being able to choose different types. So, have any of you ever worked in a school setting or done a setting? Okay, so I'm going to stop. Has any of you been able to view an IEP, an individualized education plan? See, that's exciting. So that's step one where I like to gather my information. So through our standards of practice, it tells you that you want to gather psychological and other test scores. So we're talking about their math level scores, their reading, their writing, their output input of social communication. And one thing that is so great about the IEP is that it has a present level of academic achievement and functional performance called the last statement. So that's like the introduction to this student field. Like on the first part of the IEP, you get their diagnosis, their age, who signed in at their last IEP meeting, and then you get an overview of the student and all those areas that I just talked about. In reading, where they are right now, in math right now, communication, social emotional behavior, adaptive physical education. So it's such a good stepping stone. Like I would always recommend looking at other professional notes on the student that you're assessing because they have the capabilities, they have the competencies, and you don't want to. You can walk in there fine, but why would you not want to prepare to do a full assessment on the student anyway? And under standards of practice, if they have an IEP, even if you just go. And another thing you do is interview the education team. So for me, honestly, like when I'm working I'm out county, so like I serve as an educational center, which is a restrictive school, so it's most severe behavioral and emotional and cognitive impairment in the county. So it's not inclusive. And when I'm servicing those kinds of schools, they have like a teacher, and they probably have like 4 or 5 paraprofessionals to a classroom, where the classroom of maybe like 10 students, because the behaviors are very extreme. And so the teacher, of course, would be an asset, but maybe maybe Diana, the paraprofessional that teamed up with, let's say, Brad, every day, all day long, like she's gonna know more about his personal behaviors necessarily than the teacher sometimes. But the teacher will have the background information on his behavioral plan and will have the most updated information on his current functioning level and academic achievement. So I always like to start with the teacher aid too, because when you're building those rapport in the classroom, it's really nice that you acknowledge that they spend a lot of time with their students, and it's also a professional thing to do. And then of course you talk to paraprofessionals or teacher aides depending on inclusive or restrictive environment. And then the teacher, and then if I can find space time with other therapists, like if I can get 10 minutes with an OT or like walk down the hall with the speech pathologist as she's walking into a classroom, those minutes are so valuable. I think that's one thing, like as a student, I never really realized. Like we're music therapists in the setting I'm in, I'm like on the go all day long. So those minutes in between sessions while you're walking with your instruments to a car, so give us, can you follow me? Can I follow you? And those minutes are so valuable, and you can gain so much knowledge from just those consultation check-ins. What I like to call them, what my supervisor calls them, check-ins with adults and staff. And you continuously do that before the assessment, during, and after the initial assessment process. And so we finally get to the elements of music. So there's obviously not all listed there, but all of them are so valuable. Like this is what gives us our medium. This is why we have a unique form of assessment. Through using these elements descriptively, we provide in richer material. We can gain richer material from our clients. I call them students. That's the setting I work in. And then we can also confirm or refute team member findings. So it's validating something, or we can see another strength in the modality of music that they speech they're not communicating. And another cool thing about this is that when someone's like, so I'm observing a client and they're saying, yeah, he's completing this task independently. And then I'm observing as an outside person getting ready to do my initial assessment. And I see that, yeah, he's completing it, but he's prompt dependent on the teacher aide being like, are you doing that? Are you doing that? Can we check that answer again? Are you okay? Just get your pencil out. He's doing it, but he's prompt dependent on certain social group skills, like even if they're sitting at the carpet, you know, I work a lot in early childhood. So they'll come up to the carpet, and but it's like so-and-so behind so-and-so being like, okay, keep walking, sit down your carpet square. And sure, they're completing the task, they're sitting within the group, but they're doing it with the proximity of a teacher or a teacher aide or their professional inches away from them. We're sitting on the lap, even the students. So the cool thing about using music as this like cohesive element to create a group bond, cohesive group, you know what I'm saying? And it creates these out the proximity. And so that's where you can see those strengths come out again. So I'm going to show you a little video. And I have really used this, so I'm going to tell you his name. This is a little buddy that I get to work with now. Now he's like 11, and in this video he's about 6. So this is something that if you've seen Angie Snell present, you may have seen this video before, but it's so good. I'm going to have you watch it, and then I can flip back to this page, and we can talk about what kind of elements you see Sam responding to. And if you feel so inclined, you can talk about his response quality of those. If you don't, okay. Make sure you get a cheer all the time. You can see that. I'm so glad you came to school today. I'm so glad you came to school today. Oh, I'm so glad. Let's get our feet warmed up. Are you ready? Stomp your feet if you came to school today. Stomp your feet if you came to school today. Stomp your feet if you came to school today. I know that your wings slap our knees. Slap your knees if you came to school today. Slap your knees if you came to school today. Slap your knees if you came to school today. Oh, I'm so glad. You want to clap the hands today? Clap your hands if you came to school today. Clap your hands if you came to school today. Clap your hands if you came to school today. Here comes Sam. Hi, Sam. We're glad you're in school today. I'm so glad that Sam is here today. I'm so glad that Sam is here today. I'm so glad that Sam is here today. Oh, I'm so glad. All right, students, we're going to do a surprise today. Are you ready? Should I call it out? You want to jump today? We did this before, didn't we? Didn't we do this? Yeah? And are you ready for it? Do you like it when you run jump? Okay, let's try it. Should I count to 3 and then make you jump? All right, you ready? Around. Okay, now you ready? Ready? Here I go. Around, get ready? Until oh my God. Walking into the classroom, you're like, this prayer, I look like y'all. It's really funny. So, raise your hand, feel free to interject, if you will, what kind of music related behavior you think to develop and based on the elements that we're using. Musical surprises. Surprises, exactly. So when they go flat with that ocean drum, he feels that tension that was built, that is one anticipatory cue. Going 1, 2, 3. And that surprise makes it those anticipatory cues build that emotional response. Because sometimes musical surprises, like bringing a gong to a lot of my early childhood, especially too, but the surprise of the gong without the anticipation is scary, not surprising. So building that trust and rapport through hearing and something. It's okay, let me tell you. Something if you didn't notice, he when he's on the ground, whenever the parapro is prompting him with his pet for some of his pictures, it's sit and share and use it. Those are the 2 pictures she's prompting him with. I assume, I'm pretty sure. And he's crying. He's like ineffective. He doesn't want to be prompted by it. But when he sees the group, his classmates, engaging positively in music, that's what brings him up. And like you can kind of see him slowly do it throughout the process. Like he's crying and then he looks up at the end of phrases. And that's what music really is drawing him in with that cadence, that full circle of music. So looking at the end of phrases, that's music really behavior. Seeing that he has a positive emotional response to music, not before the surprise happened, but the fact that he tolerated and joined the group. Like, that's a huge step for some of our clients just to be able to tolerate and be sitting in the group. And then obviously the emotional response to surprise, even though the anticipatory with it. And like for Sam, you all know. I feel like it's with him, it's his autism, how he has these frustrations, and what I think it is he's sick of being prompted by his age. So he's like, I can't handle this, I don't have the words to communicate to you why I feel this way, so I'm going to show you my behavior. So using that engagement tool of music to stabilize the situation and then engage him in group activities, creating those emotional responses through the elements of music, using timbre, her high-pitched voice, using the cadences and the tempo acceleration towards the end to grab him in. That's why he looks up at the end of phrases, because she manipulates the tempo prescriptively on the spot so that he has something to pay attention to while she's working with the student. And that's like, you don't know that song, but that song does a lot of repetition. And in that instance, it wasn't done that way. It was changed every time to engage him to come to it. Okay, so I'm just going to play a few spots of this one. But it's not the girl in the pink, the bright pink that was here. The girl in the pale pink over here with the green edges.
We're going to shake and shake and shake and shake and shake and stop.
I know.
I'm gonna go faster. You
Oh, now we're gonna get hard, okay? So, can we think of any musical responses that you saw with her? Yeah. She is following directions. I agree. She's shaking and she's stopping. Did anybody see anything particular about her shaking and stopping? Yeah.
One of you like not really other than that faster, you go faster and do
Definitely. And I can tell you, there's another part of this video where we pull the tempo way down and her response is no longer. She's standing there taking in the situation. And that kind of goes, does anybody else see anything else of that shape? What have you? Okay. So if you notice, she started 2 beats after the music student and she ended 2 beats after the music student itself. So when I'm looking at as a music therapist assessment, I'm thinking timing, musical timing, that's huge. So right now, I look at her client finals and I talk to her teachers and I look at her educational and diagnostic background. And I think, okay, is this a motor processing thing? Is that her muscles can't do it? That's not the like her brain's getting it. Or is it that cognitively she can't process it? That's something that we really have to look at as music therapists. And that's why our standard practice helps to go into the diagnostic file and talk to other professionals because they have the knowledge as much as we do. So we need to bring our unique assessment for music. The fact that we can see it so blatantly, 2 beats, she starts, 2 beats in, she ends. So we know that there's a timing issue. And through looking at other files and talking to other team members, we can assess whether it's motor processing or a cognitive impairment or both. So that's really good. So these are some other resources that talk about the developmental stages. Like if you would also want to know if that this can choose 3 there, whether she should be consistently tapping to the beat, whether she should pick up those tempo changes or not. These are other resources. The best sports book. I figure there's 2 pairs by that book. That one gives a collection of developmental resources, musically and non-musically, which is really cool. And then the Adamic book gives you info on like all disabilities, and then the Experience and Humble book is focused specifically on autism and has an assessment chapter and other chapters that give you information on implementation. So that's a really good resource as well. I think one of the coolest things about being an intern, like you're interning with someone who's been in the field for 30 years, and she's like, she's never done learning, but she's like, look at all this stuff I have. And that's like really exciting to gain these other resources for internship. And then the big therapy for developmental disabilities, the box code is focused on persons with developmental disabilities, and also has a detailed assessment with it and other chapters that focus on communication and different ways to observe a client. And box code really focuses on awareness, one of the key points. And then the Rook et al. Is focused on using music to assess and support social skills. That one's super helpful for, I believe, the public. And then, so when we're talking about, I know I only have this. When we're talking about interpreting the behaviors, this is a handout that we had decided now back in 2006, when they were doing like a weekend workshop on this assessment. I bolded some of the ones that I really like the way them. The individual response to the therapeutic frame, a different rhythmic response to the familiar rhythmic question. So that's really cool. So like when you're creating a pattern for a student and they're responding like differently once you change the pattern up, then you know, oh, they're recognizing that pattern and they're repeating it, and then they're getting that social awareness that something different. So there's so many elements that you can assess by using repeated patterns, beat, rhythmic tempo, like medium, texture, timbre. Those are all elements used in one. And then I can email this to you guys too, because I'm telling you, her information has helped me so much. And then when I look at these, like I think, well, what could they mean? What kind of assessment information does this statement give us? So like the individual demonstrates the same synchronization of his or her beating to that of the full ongoing live music. And the therapist plays the music in the individual tempo. So that's like me prescriptively using and assessing on the spot what kind of tempo my client's using within their structure. How are they processing it? So I'm looking at Olivia and the other video, and she's going 2 weeks to 1 week after. Maybe for 2 weeks, I give a really long anticipated course, and then I get into it, and maybe that is motor processing. And that's why I can assess it, whether I do motor processing, giving bigger anticipatory cues on the spot once I realize that she's coming into these things, and larger anticipatory cues for the ready to stop. And so these are kinds of things when you're relaying your information to the other professionals that you want to be able to articulate. And it's not like, oh, I did it once, I got it. It's like you constantly are thinking about assessment before, during, after the initial assessment. Every time I walk into a session, I have to assess not only my clients, the students, I assess the paraprofessionals, the teachers who's coming in and out of the room. You're continuously doing an ongoing assessment to specifically use elements of music every situation that you're in as a practicum music therapist. Even in like team meetings, like even in IT meetings, like you can use music as a student that works with brushes over a lot of possible environments. But the cool thing about the MT-MRB is that it's flexible. It can be used among a variety of students. It coincides with our standards of practice and other actual assessment reports that the speech therapists and occupational therapists that use LRE consultants. And then there's a lot of different kinds of outcomes. You can target specifically following our standards of practice and doing MT-MRB assessment, and also so much easier to build on in the future. And then it's easy to compare with others. So I think if there's one thing I want to reiterate, this whole thing is that the assessment is process oriented and that it comes from our standards of practice. Remember to use the music in music therapy, because this is what makes our modality and our profession so cool, that we get the music scientists. And so once we understand how to strictly use these and assess the moment, be flexible and be adaptive to every element, that's exciting. And this has been a really fun case study. And I would like to end with like definition of music therapy, the fact that it's unintentional prescription for therapeutic and non-musical goals for individual clients' needs. I cannot stress welfare clients enough. And then of course it's a cycle and music therapist. It's process oriented and evidence based treatment and same with the therapy relationship between the client and our music. So why music therapy? Because it's non-threatening, flexible, and adaptable. It's immediacy of effect. Rhythm is inherent culturally. So you don't always want to focus on the response to music. What if their response is a lack of response? That's a big red flag for the assessment as well. And then it influences the organism physiologically, psychologically, and socially. And it's one modality that makes us so unique because it's processed all areas of the brain. So get me started. It's so good. And then these are other resources. And if this like interests you, especially if you're gearing up for an internship and like this is something that maybe you want to do your internship project on, you can contact Andy or I. And then I'm just letting you know, like I got all of this standard practice stuff on the website and through just now. So, thanks. I know it's
transition in progress.
I have five. Okay, let's strip it down. Okay. Good. When like people are just honestly like going in before internship, I was like, okay, I'm like, yeah, sevens on my mouth, experience, but I get to my internship, but it's so much harder than you think it is. When you think about that, it's what it's supposed to be. It's exciting.
We've been having a lot, like, me and her have been talking a lot about how, like,
We're like, we have no clue what we're doing. Like, we have no clue. It's so exciting when you see it laid out for you, and then you have someone like, they're the kind of questions that you want to ask in your internship interviews. Like, what are your philosophies? Like, yeah, man, so many questions I wish I would have asked. But we have an internship room. You need to move? No, I'm just moving your back. Oh. I want to stare at you. Everyone have a nice travel. So Hannah, it's Hannah, like she's obsessed with it. Is everybody back?
Is that right now? Never done this before, so I'm doing my best. Let's keep going. You're all set.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Eltringham, and I am about to finish up my senior year at Ohio University in music therapy and a minor in psychology. And then I will be moving right back here to Minneapolis to start at Practicum. Okay, so we're going to be talking about therapeutic songwriting, but not in the you might talk about it at a music therapy conference. We're going to be talking about self-care instead. So when I was preparing for this presentation, I was like, I just got this song, and amidst that, I was dealing with serious frustration about my procrastination and papers. So we're going to start with songs. This is feedback of Don't Worry, Be Happy, so please feel free to sing along anytime. Don't worry, be happy, come along. You can just tap along, whatever you want. Even if the song I wrote might once before you slow down. Be happy. Every semester you have some trouble. Procrastination makes you so don't be happy. Don't worry, take a while. Got no time to lay my head and nothing to do before I let you go. Be happy. Take the things your paper plate. Gonna have to dock your grade. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Be happy. Okay. So this presentation is going to be split up into two parts. First, we're going to talk about self-care, why it's so important, not only for us as humans, but as teachers and therapists working with people that need our help caring for themselves, and also songwriting. So songwriting therapy, we're going to look at what the research says, how songwriting is so effective, and then we're going to talk about some tips, methods, and tricks that I've accumulated and learned throughout my experience with songwriting for self-care. Okay, so let's have a little discussion. Why is self-care so important, not just as humans, but as teachers?
Like burnout, honestly, especially when setting your end into running and running and running all day long. You need to find moments for yourself.
Yeah, burnout is a huge issue, especially in the field.
If we don't take care of our own needs, then those needs might come into our daily session and cause conflict. I just think of it as if we don't take care of ourselves first, how we can take care of ourselves.
Yeah, so, yeah. Big takeaway here, we should not take care of our clients unless we're taking care of ourselves. I unfortunately experienced that firsthand last semester. I was working on a forensic unit in a psych hospital and was not keeping my stress in check and got to the session one day and it just didn't work. And that was a big wake up call for me that if we are not well, we're not going to be able to help our clients. And if you're all as passionate about this profession as I am, I know that it's important for you to take care of yourself. Okay, so we're going to talk about several of the different components of self-care and the different parts of ourselves that we need to take care of to fully be exercising self-care. So the first thing is our body. So what are some ways that we practice self-care with our body?
Okay, diet.
Sleep. Eat. Yes. Oh my gosh, I'm so grumpy. If I don't eat, I don't sleep.
Moving around.
Yeah, exercise. Absolutely. So this is really a big one. All right. Another component is our mind. How do we practice self-care with the mind?
Doing things that you enjoy outside of your schoolwork, whether it's like playing games, going out with friends, reading books.
Yes, this is a thing. Yeah, that
Practicing gratitude. Practicing perspective, like really understanding what your priorities are, and like that finding that balance between work and life and school.
Any other things you guys do to keep your mind?
Allow yourself to have that relaxation time before jumping into something.
Yeah, being very aware of how you're doing. And that's this is the next one, emotions. A lot of these clients kind of hand in hand with your mind and emotions. One thing I really try to do is be aware of negative or irrational thoughts I'm having, and with that. So just trying to have positive affirmations, keep your mind in that positive way. What are some other ways you guys take care of yourself emotionally?
Coming to therapy if you're having an emotional allowing yourself to process emotions. I mean, my first semester practicum, when my client passed away, I had to take it all to be like, okay, I didn't make that.
If it's not there, if it's talking to friends or professor, there's lots of different ones you can process. Okay, spiritually. So I'm sure there's a wide variety of spiritual practices in here, but whatever that is to you, if it's meditation or prayer or mindfulness or attending the community of a spiritual body, reading books. And I found just the simple form of mindfulness is taking moments during the day to be in that moment and not worrying about the past, the present, the homework assignment you have, or something that you're just worried about. Okay, relationships. What are some ways you can practice self-care through relationships? Yeah.
Not letting bad relationships control your life, whether that's friendships or romantic relationships.
Yeah, definitely. So I have here surrounding yourself with people that bring out your best qualities and knowing what that means. I also have here balancing time, knowing when to spend time with friends and yourself in school and not balancing a lot of balance there. I think that's really important to people that mindful. And finally, occupation. So right now for us, that's school and maybe a side job, but how can we make sure that we're taking care of ourselves with keeping occupation in mind? Change your personal life with your personal life and change your occupation with your occupation. Work at work, absolutely. Not carrying that emotional baggage to be coming home.
Yeah. With time management, moving things left and everything else.
Any other thoughts on self-care before we move on to the songwriting portion? Does anyone struggle with self-care? I know it can be kind of overwhelming. I struggle with it on like both sides. I'll be like, okay, I have to do this, and this to care for myself, and then it just becomes overwhelming. So I think it's just about finding what works for you, learning how many things you need to do. It might just be meditating once a day. It might be several things. But super, super important to keep in mind. We talk all the time about client-centered care, but we have to care for ourselves in order to provide that client-centered care. Okay, so now I'm going to talk a little bit about what the music therapy research says about songwriting and the different effects it can have on a client. So first, the social interaction increases self-esteem, improves coping, enhances academic functioning, reduces anxiety, anger, and tension, self-insight and problem-solving skills, alters perspective, provides emotional and spiritual support, and externalizes inner conflict. So the voice for those things we don't want to talk about otherwise. And how many of you have seen this in your practice? I think if you've done songwriting, you've seen these transformations. Yeah, I have been working in hospice this semester, and I did a songwriting experience the other week with my client where we sang "Stand By Me," and then we took out some of the words and put in people in her life that have stood by her and comforted her. And it was just incredible to see the shift. She realized all these people around her. It altered her perspective. It didn't make her feel so alone. Provided that emotional and spiritual support. Increased just general feelings of herself and self-esteem. So really incredible things can happen through songwriting in a session. So when I think about this, I think, well, why don't we do this for ourselves as well then? If all of these things happen through songwriting, and self-care is so important, we have all the tools to do it, and music therapists after all, why don't we use that as a self-care strategy? I think it's so effective, really important. And just to give you a little of my background on songwriting, I had experienced a prolonged hospitalization in high school and was going through a lot of emotional problems and life changes, and found songwriting, and it really just changed my life. So Jonathan, how many of you do songwriting now as a self-care study? Good, awesome. So it's just been transformative for me, and a really important thing. And I want to encourage everyone. I hope at the end of this presentation you will be inspired to go home and write a song for yourself. Okay. Now I'm going to get into some of the methods and the tips and tricks that I use and I've learned sounds helpful. A lot of times, I tell people I'm a songwriter, they say, well, how do you do it? There's a lyrics, there's a melody, and a chord. And the easy answer is there is no answer. I think there's many ways to go about it, and all are equally successful and effective. You can start with lyrics, you can start with the melody, you can start with chords, you can start with the structure. So I'm just going to start with lyrics. So starting with lyrics, and I'm going to give you a couple of ways that I found helpful for coming up with lyrics. First being, find meaningful words through other mediums. There's so many different mediums you can draw lyrics. The first one was the example I showed you at the beginning. This is something I do in sessions a lot. It's just personalize a tune you already know and are comfortable with and like. So don't worry, be happy, or I don't know, if anyone else have any examples of songs that you like in a personalized session or moment?
As a story by me, yeah.
One that we do at our schools, I've got rhythm, I've got rhythm, I've got rhythm. And then we take out the words and have it. Also, a favorite poem. If you have a poem you really like, write a song to it. It makes it a lot more meaningful to sing it and put it to music. If you have a favorite quote or story, use a letter that someone wrote you, or write a letter to someone in this week, or you take this from a journal, write a song that way. Just adding music to things like that makes it so much more meaningful and therapeutic. Secondly, express how you feel. So rather than using an already set thing, just take a piece of paper and pen and just start writing whatever you're feeling, and then turn it into a song. Write yourself an affirmation. Just write a list of affirmations about yourself, about your day, something you might be feeling a little bit bad about, and put it into a song. Write about something that's meaningful to you, so something that gives you joy, something you're grateful for, a hope or a dream, a challenge that you're facing or a challenge that you've overcome, something you find humorous. I found that writing funny songs, you put your problems into perspective and help you cope with it in a different way, or just current stresses and pains that you're managing. And finally, write for someone else. You have someone that you're in a conflict with, you have something to say to them. It's a great way to process and figure out what to say if you're writing a song. Right. We're going to talk about harmony, and a couple suggestions I have for writing songs considering harmony. Choosing a progression that fits the mood of the song. So obviously, if you're feeling sad, you're going to write a song in the minor key, but not always, I guess. If you're feeling happy, you're writing about something that you're hopeful for, right in a major key. And I'm going to give you a big spreadsheet of different chord progressions that I found helpful, and you want to take a picture or whatever. Vary your rhythm, so you can get stuck in just putting the chord on the downbeat, but I found that it kind of mixes things up to come up with different rhythms. You say one chord for 2 beats and the 4, and different stuff like that. So also another song. If you have a song that you really like and you like the chord progression, just take it and write your own song, make it your own. And finally, considering accompaniment and instrumentation, switch up what instruments you're writing on, keep it fresh. The accompaniment can really change the mood and tone of the song, and what you're getting out of it. And then here's that chart I was talking about. Just some different chord progressions you can use, try out, or make your own, whatever works. Okay, and then we're going to talk about melody. Starting with melody, I have found is probably the hardest thing to do. I found it much easier to just start with chord progression or a lyrical idea. But something that you can do if you want to start with a melody is hum your mood. So take a deep breath, focus in on yourself. What is your mood? Be aware of that, and then just come up with a melody for that. And be really therapeutic and validating for what you're feeling. Vocalize with a stressor in mind, so that same process of tuning in and being aware, but with a specific situation in mind. Showing inspiration from your surroundings. There's inspiration for melodies all around us. It's very easy to like turn off the top of your head, birds and winds and cars and conversations. Just being aware of those throughout the day and then using them as inspiration for your songwriting. Finally, just improvising, just seeing what comes. Okay. So, just a few tips and tricks. I said this at the beginning, humor goes a long way. And if you really put things into perspective, so just write a silly funny song about maybe something embarrassing or something just that will make you laugh. My second tip is write for you. It can be really easy when you're writing songs to like, oh, well, what's he going to think about this when you hear it? Or, well, I don't like that because it doesn't sound good or like the popular songs I like. I would encourage you not to get in that mindset. It's really trapping, and it kind of takes away that self-care component of songwriting and makes it more about performance or acceptance from other people. Speaking metaphors, I found that just thinking that way puts your problems in a different perspective. So rather than singing, I'm frustrated, I'm sad, like the walls around me are so large and I can't bust out, or I'm drifting along the ocean, just things like that, putting it in a different light. Also, something I like to do is meditate before or after songwriting, just to kind of center yourself and find out what you need to focus on to really give you kind of a grounding starting point. Switching up your process. So start with lyrics sometimes, start with chord progression another time, start with a melody. Switch up the structure of the song, switch up the accompaniment, switch up the instrument that you're writing on. Another tip is if you want different sections of a song, reverse the chord progression, I think that's really cool trick, or elongate the chord progression. That can kind of give some difference to the song. Make some different sections. Record everything you write. Record all of your ideas. They're all meaningful. They all have worth to them. And it's like driving along, and the melody comes in your head. Record it, and then write a song about it later. It comes from you and it's important. I found that performing songs to close friends can be therapeutic. Kind of like sharing a really personal part of yourself and then having it affirmed. But I know performing is not be therapeutic for others, and it can go back to that writing for you thing. If you're moving into a place where you're not writing for yourself anymore, then I wouldn't suggest that, but it can be helpful. And finally, awareness and acceptance. When you're writing a song, I would just encourage you to be aware of what you're feeling and what positive emotions you're having, and accepting whatever comes out and not judging the song. You know, it's your song. There's no such thing as a bad song for self-care. So those are my tips and tricks for songwriting. Before we go on to a little activity, are there any questions or comments? Does anyone have any tips that they have found helpful for songwriting?
Back on like your record. I think like one of the cool things is like sometimes I do my self-care songwriting in the car. Like I have a 45 minutes that I can get through the session and like record my data on my phone, and then something pops into my head, record it on a voice memo. Sometimes it's just like taking 5 minutes for yourself, doodling around, and that can be your self-care process. It doesn't always have to be every step, but it's something. Yeah. Someone shared that with me. That was not my original.
Yeah.
Do you have any tips for maybe if you are songwriting and it's all just flowing out, all the ideas, all the feelings, and then you hit a wall and it all just disappears?
Yeah, I would say take a step away from it and maybe meditate or talk to someone, or sometimes if I can't find inspiration, I'll just like open a dictionary or read a book or watch a little clip on something, and it can kind of help jumpstart that process. Another thing, speaking of like singing in the car for songwriting, one thing I'll do is if a song comes on, I'll just like sing over top of it. I don't know. It's nice, but I found it too helpful and therapeutic. Okay, so we're gonna do a little group songwriting activity. We're gonna start with lyrics. So I'm gonna put a poem on the screen, and I hope you all are comfortable singing. If you're not, that's okay. You don't have to participate. But what we're gonna do is this is a poem called Immersion by Susan E. Mammo. She's a music therapist. And I'm going to play chord progression, and we're going to do that thing where you take a deep breath and really focus in on what you need to say, and then also maybe what your specific line is trying to portray, and then sing a melody over top of it. Is that more comfortable doing it? Yeah, okay, so this is the chord progression, and you have that to sing your line. And everyone will get one line at this moment. So I might sing, I go there to let go. And then the next person will go, all right, you can stand. Like kind of form some sort of like circular thing. Yeah. Am I blocking the bottom?
Yeah.
Should we do that Okay, guys, I'm not going to do this. And again, you get one line through this 4/4 progression. And that was pretty nice for us. I go there to let go. Sunshine in my mind.
Emerge behind my eyes.
Falsely breathe in and exhale.
It sounds like one recording.
So that's just one example of a way you can use songwriting. Take a poem that has a message that means something to you or something that you're needing expressing and to it. Okay, we're gonna do one more activity. Okay. So we're gonna get some food. We're gonna write some songs. So maybe 4 groups, so there's not people. Okay. You can come up with a different topic if you want, but I didn't just want to go, write a song, have fun. Okay, so let's do this thing 6 because it's really too much. I'm assuming everyone knows that's what you're sitting next to. Okay, next to Two rows. I said those 2 rows. And then these 2 rows and then these 2 rows. And if there's more than 6 in that back group, you come join this front group. Okay, so group 1, if you accept, you're writing a song about your uncontainable excitement for feeling. Should we write about yeah. I should be the buddy. After you bring your song, which one do you prefer to lyrics, melody, or chorus verse? And did you use any of the tips or tricks? What's your favorite thing about it? I like that how that takes place already. Try to you can pierce it. Makes food taste better. You can pierce it. You can only hit it. So let's just make it short. We each come up with one thing to say. I smiled part. I know this. Some people can't. I like it. Yeah. Okay, you got it. You know what? I'm gonna try because I strung it wrong and it's backwards too. Like it's backwards strung on every string. I'm too lazy to redo them. I thought we were all gonna sing it first together. Okay.
Wait, so
not here to ask questions. I don't know, he's like got it in the game. So he said he'd be busy last year. So that's what he asked to do. Okay, let's just wait one second. Just go around the circle. I like that.
Yeah.
Did you figure out what keyword? I think you read it. I like love. That's why I just do It's always in my the placement of our noses. I like that I can taste you. No, I think you should go to the right. I like it that it helps me taste food. And I like it that I can hear it. A miracle that is the placement of our noses. Take my nose or smell it. Miracle that is the placement of our noses. You should be like right in the middle of my face. That's it. Yeah. And then we'll have it. Let's try one more time. Right in the middle of my face. I'm gonna have you start back. I like that. Oh, you're right. Sorry. That's why we're ready. Placement of our noses. I like that. It helps me taste it. I like it. The miracle that is the placement of our noses. If my nose goes miracle that is placement of our noses. Here we go. Miracle that is the placement Can we get it? That Beyonce style? No musical there. Oh, I like that. I might be in that. Because we know that they love fun so much. But yeah, no, that I can't really like give it a really big size one. I get a really big one. I gotta use your finger. I'm like, are we ready? I like your shirt, by the way. She doesn't want to give all the gems away. Yeah, we'll talk through it. We'll play. We'll talk Hannah, will you throw out a like I know you guys like every night because we need ovation for the internship. Irreplaceable on it. Broken beyond. One I'm like totally wherever I work, I'm gonna have my own. How you doing? Was it just right from back up? Hi, Ellen. Hi, Mrs. Ellen. I was thinking, I was like, yeah. Hey, who wants to go first? We will. All right, okay, first up, the miracle that is. Oh yeah. Oh God. Miracle that is, placement of our noses. Wherever I may go, it's always in my focus. Miracle that is, the placement of our noses. I like that it helps me taste food, and I like that I can hear things too. Miracle that is, placement of our noses. Pick my nose
anything to do. Miracle that is the placement of our noses. A miracle that is the placement of our noses.
How did you come up with it? What did you come up with first?
Kind of line right away.
Yeah.
Well, you brought
Right
over
over
that,
there.
so we had three. And then we kind of just built off of each other. So instead of that, I said the one about it's in my focus. Because whenever you look at anyone, you see what those people think about it. Yeah, and then I was like, oh, she said that. We're talking about the own one. They're all awesome. Yeah, we all know.
Hey, I'm gonna look like I'm
Get out of the day. That was so hard for
No more, it cannot wait for GLR. I'm so ready to run. Come on, my friend. Yeah. Cannot wait for GLR. That's right, yeah. That's about it.
We originally were thinking about lyrics, but it wasn't quite working, so we picked a song that we were familiar with and then put our own. And it's all right. Yeah, common sense and self-affirmation. That's all I No. Ready?
I see passion in the mirror. What do you see? Sorry, did you come up? Okay, yeah, what song? Take you back to chord progression and improv.
She's my friend, I can say that.
I know it. All of them are.
They act like dummies. They're painted up. That's it. Okay, what was your process? What did you do first?
We started with deciding our course progression. Obviously, the easiest.
First we pick our stressor, which was our professor.
That's
And then that led to the that led to the because thinking about stress.
All right. I love you, Dr. Brown. Let's give a round of applause for Hannah. Maria, otherwise like so, like literally was like sorry.
An awesome book for how to use music for self-care called Manage Your Presentation Music by Suzanne Confer and Susan Mandel. So, I'll just
Oh, I need the pieces.
I know, we literally, before you get you really, literally.
No wild.
I was so bored going against the piano. And being I have a little closet. She's not going to be here and okay. She's like hoping that we can all answer questions. I remember.
Everyone back? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Eltringham, and I am finishing out my senior year at Ohio University. And then I am going on to an internship at University Hospital in Cleveland. My presentation is, that wasn't in the syllabus, and basically this came about from a lot of experiences that I've had that I sort of had to learn to deal with along the way in my practicum. My second year of practicum, or my second semester, I had a client pass away unexpectedly. I wasn't in a hospice situation or anything, so I was like, they didn't teach me how to deal with this, and so that's sort of where this presentation came from. So we're going to discuss the general challenges that students encounter in practicum, the therapist-client relationship, or the student-therapist-client relationship, and personal growth as a therapist and just as a student and as a person in general as you go throughout your practicum. One of the articles the main article I used for this presentation to sort of get some inspiration about what the challenges are was an article that Barbara Wheeler did called Experiences and Concerns of Students During Music Therapy Practica, and she did a lot of interviews and sort of got together the themes of what students go through. It's a really interesting article. It's a lot of narrative. I really recommend reading it on your own with all the spare time that students have. So the main things she talked about were challenges encountered by students, how they were able to deal with those challenges by themselves, their specific involvement with their clients, the areas of learning that they felt they were lacking when they went into the practicum, and as well as throughout the practicum experience, issues with supervision, the relationship with their supervisor, and just how they were supervised in general, and how their practicum class and schedule was structured. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the challenges that are specifically encountered by students. First, fear of new experiences. How many people are afraid during their first practicum session? They go in, they're like, "Oh my gosh, what am I doing?" Yeah, okay. Me too. So meeting a new client, new population, someone you literally do not know at all. How do you go into that first session feeling the most confident you can with meeting this new client or new group? All right. First, research the population. Know as much as you can how you are able to best communicate with them, what are the strengths and weaknesses of that population, and research them outside of music therapy as well. You know, what are typical behaviors that this population has, geriatrics, autism, people in hospice. Also talk to your peers in the facility, people who have been to this practicum setting before, people who probably know the exact clients that you're about to meet, people who know them and can give you maybe some tips and tricks as to how to go into that first session. Talk to the facility. They know these people who are there. The school knows their students really well. Sort of what Izzy was talking about earlier, maybe try to talk to those paraprofessionals before you get there. Have an orientation if the structure of your practicum doesn't allow for that first orientation. And also, something that's important to remember is that you're a student and you're not a music therapist yet. And no one is expecting you to be perfect the moment you go into that session, that first session. You're still figuring things out, and that's just something to be aware of. And it's okay that you don't know exactly what. Next, session planning. The fear that is session planning and how to do it. Will I have enough activities to last the duration of my session? What if something horrible or crazy happens that I was unable to predict? It's not in my session plan. I have no idea how to deal with it. How do I do that? And then lastly, how do you keep your sessions fresh? You know, how many times can you do reels on the bus or do shaky eggs for every movement activity or every instrument playing activity? How do you allow your clients to be engaged and excited every time? So first we're going to talk about having enough effective. Time your experiences. I know it may seem like a lot of work, but something I've done is set the timer on my phone and then walk through the whole experience just in my head. So, okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, blah, 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 you, and you. You know, you really have no idea how long that's going to take unless you actually time out your hello song with, okay, I have 9 students in this group saying hello to everyone, going back to the course. You might think it's going to take 5 minutes, when really it takes 8, and then a 30-minute session, that's a significant amount of time. All right, next. What if all of your sessions, what if all of your experiences are the opposite, and they're much shorter than you expected, or your clients or your students breeze through them and you had no idea, and you're so happy that they were able to pick up on that experience, but oh my gosh, I have 10 minutes left at the end of the session, what am I going to do? Overplan. Have an extra experience on your session plan that you specifically say, if we have time, we'll move to this experience, and if you don't, And if you don't, just go straight to your goodbye song if that goodbye song is appropriate for whatever population you're in. Repetition. Some populations, adults with PD, students, really, really benefit from a lot of repetition with the same experience. It might seem really boring to you. Oh my gosh, we're singing You Are My Sunshine for the 5th time. They have to think this is so boring, but you look at them and they're loving it, and they're picking up the lyrics more and more every time. That repetition is really important. So when you're thinking about enough activities, make sure to account for repetition if it's appropriate with your population. All right, next is unpredictability. What do you do when something horrible happens in your session? Not horrible, I guess, but something really unexpected happens. Go with the flow. Sometimes maybe it will take you to a whole new place in your session that you weren't planning on, that is even more therapeutic and more beneficial for your client. So just keep in mind that just because it's not part of your session plan, that you can go with it. And along with that, sort of develop strategies for unpredictability, maybe even write in your session plan. If client throws egg shaker at my head, I will do this. I will take it away from them. I will say, no, do not do that. I will ignore them. I have that in your session plan, and I'm assuming everyone has someone look over their session plan before they go to their session. Yes? Okay, well, write that in, and then your supervisor can say, that's great, those are great strategies to deal with conflict, anticipate the conflict, and they can say, oh my gosh, don't do that, that's completely inappropriate, and then you don't do that. Lastly, creativity. Go to outside resources, go to your friends, your teachers if you're feeling stuck. I know that I recently went to my professor and said, I'm having my students make choices, and this is like the 3rd week in a row I've had them pick what instrument they want to play and then have the whole group play it. Like, this is starting to get boring. She said, well, why don't you write a song with choices in it? I was like, duh, like, why didn't I think of that? But sometimes you need to go to someone else. Google it, or YouTube it. Sometimes all you need to do is type in music therapy, choice making, music therapy, motor movement, and tons of people write about it. Music therapy people love to write blogs, so you will probably be able to find something. Lastly, write your own song. Sometimes what Anna talked about for yourself, take those strategies and write your own song for a session. If you have something that you want them to do specifically, why not, take Dynamite or Fireworks and rewrite it, and that way it'll be fun and new, and you can also get exactly what you want. All right, next is the needs of the client. Developing rapport. How, in a quick, efficient way, do you develop rapport with your clients and have the most effective therapeutic relationship? And also, differentiating your approach in a group setting. I know something that's been a big struggle for me this semester. I'm with adults with PD and I'm also with students with autism, is that there's so many varying levels of ability. I look at my group and I'm like, how am I going to write an experience for someone who can't talk to me and then someone who can't stop talking? It's frustrating, and I can't do this. You can't do this. So first, for developing rapport, look at how paraprofessionals are interacting with your clients or your students. They have so much wisdom to help you know what is appropriate language, appropriate, can I touch them, can I not? Can I guide them to the room? Can I joke with them? Can I not joke with them? They provide a lot of insight. Also, learning your own therapeutic style. Are you someone who uses humor a lot? Are you someone who likes to use music the whole time? Are you like someone who doesn't use music the whole time? really learn that style. And if you're comfortable with your own therapeutic style, then you're going to be much more comfortable developing rapport with your clients. And also know that while you want to build rapport quickly, it's just something that takes time. I'm not going to go up to you and be like, hi, will you be my friend? Okay, great, we're best friends. Hey, it doesn't work that way. Maybe we're best friends now, but it doesn't really work that way. It takes time, and knowing that it takes time for everyone, even for professionals, maybe we are more efficient at doing it, but it's going to take time. So always keep that in mind.
I think just like interject, like going back to your therapeutic style, building that rapport. But sometimes in certain settings it does take time. Sometimes in certain settings you have to follow like the entire process within 5 minutes. Like you have to build that rapport, have that initial treatment, and have determination depending on what setting you're in. So that really just goes back to your style and understanding. You always want to like put yourself in the client's shoes. What would you think that they're reading right now? How are you assessing them in that moment?
Exactly. Good point. All right. So for differentiating your approach, something I like to do is plan for the middle of the group. At least for the beginning, while you're getting your first initial sessions, plan for what you think, your student or client who's sort of in the middle is able to do. And then you can vary your expectations for other members of the group. Maybe you can plan an experience and bring a Big Mac button, and you want, do you know what a Big Mac button is? Oh, it's about the size of like a Big Mac hamburger, and it's just like a button, and you can press it and record, hello, and then we call it a Big Mac button.
Love that.
Yeah, that's an OG thing. And your expectation for them is to press that button during your hello song, but your expectation for someone else is to say, hello, how are you? You can have varying expectations within the group. Okay, providing quality music right when you start out in your practice. How the heck am I supposed to play an instrument that I've never even heard of before? Playing instruments out of your comfort zone. You start your practice, dulcimer, ukulele, guitar, different drumming styles, a million things. I didn't start playing guitar until I started the music therapy program last year. So I was like, again, quick proficiency, you start your practicum, and by your first session, you need to be able to accompany yourself well enough to not have that be a hindrance within your session. So how do you do that? And also the quantity of repertoire. This is, I think, it can apply to every population. I know especially in hospital and hospice, the amount of repertoire, you just need to be able to pull it out of the filing cabinet in your head and not have to look at the music and like, how do I do that if I only know like 10 songs by heart? So first, playing instruments out of your comfort zone. Don't fear it. Don't not bring a guitar to your session because you are kind of uncomfortable playing the guitar. Maybe you just play a song, or you figure out that a song can really only play B and A to like really get the song and how to be effective. So that's fine. Just play B and A. That's perfectly normal. My first practicum, I only played songs in B. I was with preschoolers and I only played songs in B, and it was fine. I was able to. Well, that was fine for my first practicum. Now my professors would not be okay with that, but it was fine for my first practicum. Seek help. People who know how to play the guitar I'm saying guitar a lot because that was my area of weakness, but piano, voice, seek help. Is your friend a voice major? Can they teach me a lesson or teach me strategies for staying on pitch? That's totally fine, and they would probably love to help you. I would love to help someone. Voice is my primary instrument. I would love to help someone figure out how to sing. Quick proficiency. Practice daily. I know that you have to practice for your session, you have all playing your practicum, practice your primary instrument, but like 15 minutes of daily practice, just like practicing your chord or like practicing your chord shape really quickly is not going to take very long. And if you do it every day, then it's gonna happen quicker than you think. And again, that goes with efficient practice. You can get a lot done within 15 minutes if you remain focused, and sometimes 15 minutes is all you really have. And I think that's totally fine for you to just go through chord shapes and maybe learn a song another day or whatnot. Having accountability partners. Maybe someone in your Practicum class also is really bad at guitar. Why don't you both meet like for 30 minutes on Wednesday after your psycho music class and go through some songs you've learned, or hey, you know, I figured out this easier way to play an F chord that I just learned a new way to play an F chord today. And they can help you, and that way, you know, you have, it's not like, oh, I'll practice tomorrow, oh, I'll practice tomorrow, oh, I'll practice tomorrow, and tomorrow is like 2 weeks later, and you're like, so something to work towards is important. Also, quantity of repertoire. Try to learn songs from varying genres, and something that was really helpful for me is when I had a hospital practicum, I was required to learn 5 new songs a week, and that's just like my repertoire built so quickly. And lots of songs have, if you learn the melody, you can fake the chord progression. It's really just getting that melody down, and varying genres, country, 50s, the 30s, pop music, bluegrass. Try to get any other genres that I'm missing. Spiritual, gospel music. Yeah, that's all really important music. Concerns about grades. All right. How many people's Practicum is only 1 credit? Oh, that's good. Not too many. Our Practicum is only it's only 1 credit, and that's really, really frustrating when you have a class outside your major. And I remember I took Shakespeare and film, and it was 3 credits, and I was like, why do I have to put this much effort into Shakespeare and film? And if I get a B, it's going to count so much more against my GPA than my Practicum class, which is what's important to my major. Frustrating. I'm getting sweet about it right now. Supervision with your grader. So what if your supervisor, sometimes it's the case with us that our supervisor is not the person providing our specific grade, but supervision with your grader and bringing up issues with, bringing up difficult questions and situations with your person who's giving you the grade, that you're having some complex supervision, and how do you reconcile that? All right, so low credit class. How do you deal with it? Just make time for it. It's like, sort of think that that's the way it goes. But you make time for what you love, and I'm assuming everyone here loves music therapy, so you're just gonna have to make time for it, and that's the way it goes. But something that's really helped me is time management, and really diligent time management, planning everything that I do. And it's, you know, I have a paper due 2 weeks from now. Instead of waiting till the Thursday night before, why don't I write 2 or 3 paragraphs a night? So it really doesn't take that long, and then your paper's almost done. Or it can be done sooner than when it's actually done. All right, supervision with your grader. Bringing up sort of those difficult situations with your grader. Always make sure that you approach your supervisor with respect. It is a professional relationship, and even if you're frustrated or don't agree with them, staying calm and maybe planning out what to say to them will ultimately, I think, will help them respect you, that you brought up maybe a point of contention with them. Don't let it stew. Don't wait until the 2 weeks before the end of the semester and say, you've been so mean to me this whole time, or you haven't been helping me this whole time. I feel like you're not supporting me as a student. Don't wait. The moment it happens, you know, decide if it's something you want, if decide if it's important enough to bring up the behavior. And this sort of relates to my third point, raising questions in difficult situations. It's your education and you're paying for it, and you deserve to get the most out of your education as you can. So it's important, as much as awkward as it may be, it is important to bring up difficult situations with your supervisor, and that can transfer to the professional world. Maybe you have a conflict with another paraprofessional, and you have learned already in your student life how to deal with conflict, and then you have a much more difficult. All right, so I just want to have maybe a 3-minute discussion about these topics. If anyone has any nuggets of wisdom that I haven't brought up, or about these situations, or maybe a difficult situation and how they resolved it in their practice. And one more thing, I know this could easily turn into maybe a venting session, and just sort of be mindful that try to be constructive with your comments.
Regarding needs of clients and rapport building, it's also important to keep in mind that build your interventions that you're using based off of that rapport. If you don't have a good rapport, you're not going to go very in depth with the interventions. I know, especially with psych, I worked at a drop-in facility and with psychiatric clients last semester, and week 3, we tried to go really in depth into what's going on in your life, why are you here? And it's they don't know it well enough, they don't respect it well enough, and it just crashed and burned, and you have to build up that rapport with them before you can get into stuff like that.
Kind of a spin off of that, it goes back to what elements are you using to play the session. When you think about their music related behavior, and what they're responding to, and what kind of quality of response your goal is, and then you can take your objective and you put in it, okay, so we're looking for engagement, or we're looking for increased attention. You can see what element of music, whether it's lyrics, whether it's that element of being a part of the group, and you can use those elements to structure your session. So when you're thinking about your session plan, it's not scary, or oh my gosh, I have to come up with all these ideas. No, I've looked at my client and I've found out that he or she is very responsive to tempo changes, and we're working on initiating change, or responsive to musical surprises. So especially in the education system, when that structure, that repetition, as Ella mentioned, is important, you can take the elements that they're responsive to and just incorporate them in any kind of intervention you want to plan. Because when we think about it, that's our use, that's our scripted use of our use. So that makes it less scary. So you don't have to come up with sufficient things. You can manipulate.
So fear of your experiences, I'm working in a mental health representative, around where we're talking about, and we were doing a lot with drumming, and I wanted to expand more on the drumming that we were working on, and do a drum talk, and I was very afraid of how it was going to go and how it was going to lead this referential improvisation and having say what they wanted to say to themselves or somebody else through the drum, and how it was going to do that, and opening that mindset. And I talked myself through it a couple of times, and I had the opportunity with some of our friends in our class to lead the drum talk experience with some friends, and see how what they took that was good, what they didn't like about it, and alter maybe what I did, so that when I went into my session, I felt a lot more comfortable with approaching the experience. Yeah, just practicing. Yeah.
For me, for fear of new experiences, I've learned that you just gotta throw yourself at it and see what happens. For me, I was originally new to get, I'm a grad student for therapy now, and so when I taught K through 12, and even just within teaching, I was prepared to teach choir. My first course ended up teaching band, and I don't know how to play these instruments, but you just do it, and then you get used to it. And so even with my first practicum, I was like, okay, I'm really comfortable with kids. I know how to work with kids. I probably should get experience in something else, because I may, again, get thrown into teaching band for the situations. And so I've thrown myself into working in a nursing home for my first practicum. And while it was really challenging and really difficult, and I didn't know what to do at first, we figured it out, and then it's easy. And now we have a wider base of knowledge for the rest of it, and makes everything easier.
You know, I have begged my supervisor not to put me with teenagers with CD and autism, so I can't do it. I cannot work with them. Like, I will have no idea what to do. She's like, great, so we're gonna put you with them. But it's been a really good experience. We have one more. Okay, go ahead.
Mine's really short.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is just a tip for the rep thing. I do the rep text every week too, and I found that just like finding a playlist of songs in that genre and just like listening to it when you're walking and listening to it in spare time, because learning a new song you've never heard is so much harder than learning a song that you've been to like some fun.
All right, we're gonna move on, but there's gonna be more time for discussion, so have a seat. All right, we're gonna talk about the therapist-client relationship next, and meeting the client's needs within the context of the session. We do it or just let it go dilemma, you know? When do you address the problem and when do you not? And the juggling act, when you have to play and sing and read your experience and remember your lyrics and watch behaviors of one specific student, and then, you know, make sure that your time, you look at the clock and make sure you're not going over your time for your experience. It's like, okay, great, I have to worry about all these things at the same time. That's right. So first, the do it or let it go dilemma. You sort of have to evaluate the disruption level. Is this something that the disruption level is so high that it is affecting the other clients or students in the group in a negative way, and it is disrupting the therapeutic process? Then I would say, yeah, address it. Maybe look at the things you wrote with how to address the disruption level. If it's something that maybe, you know, you think is going to pass in maybe a minute, then I just let it go. You know, let them do their thing, and they'll probably come back to the group. That's what we've happened. Ask the paraprofessionals, you know, this is happening, you know, my client or my student is yelling and screaming and upset. You're like, is this an issue? And do I need to worry about this? Or they'll say, oh no, it's gonna pass, don't worry. Or they'll take them out, or they'll be like, oh, this is a problem. So, but on the other hand, sometimes the paraprofessionals are quick to take your student or quick to take your client out of the music therapy session, and you say, hey, maybe music can help with this disruption. And a personal example for me is that when I go into this classroom of teenagers, one of my students runs into the bathroom when he sees the guitar, and then cries when he has to come out. And then eventually, a few times he had to leave the room, was unable to participate in the session, even though he's one of the students who most benefits from music therapy. And at one point, maybe you say, hey, hold on, like it's the aide saying, okay, come on, let's go, we're going out. And you say, wait, hand him an egg shaker. Hey, wait, let's see if this works. And maybe it does, and music helps, and then the paraprofessional is able to see, oh wow, music can really help with the situation. And then there's advocacy through your work, and it's great. So many good things happening. All right, the juggling act. How the heck do you deal with a million things happening at once? Practice. I know it's sort of obvious, but have the music be second nature. Don't be worrying about the song. Don't have that just be an extension of who you are, and that way it's less things to worry about. And also just do what you can. No one expects you to be able to do a million things at once. Seek help from other professionals, and maybe we go with a partner sometimes to our Practicum site. Ask your partner for help. Do that real quick, and then keep going. All right, concerns about the client. You can come across a lot of difficult situations with your clients. Maybe they have a discussing life history, or maybe you don't agree with how the paraprofessionals are treating them in music and outside of music, how they speak to them, how they handle them. And that can be really jarring. I know that I've seen paraprofessionals be not aggressive to the point of abuse, or verbal abuse, but you think, oh my gosh, like that is not how they should handle the situation, and that's really concerning. So how do you combat that? Also, generalization. Like, am I actually reaching the IEP goals of my students? Like, is this really helping? Like, is me going? Or like, am I doing anything at all to help their life? I know that I've thought that sometimes, sort of the existential music therapy crisis. And lastly, rate of change. You know, you can go a whole semester and maybe you feel like there hasn't been a lot of progress, and you're unable to see how music therapy has helped, and that can sort of just, it can be draining, it can cause burnout, and so how do you deal with it? First of all, difficult situations such as dealing with, and maybe your client has told you how part of a life they've had, they've been abused, they've been raped, and lots of, they have a horrible family life, their spouse just died, and you're like, oh my gosh, like, this is horrible, how do I handle this? And you have to recognize that you have boundaries as a therapist, you know, that you sort of have to meet them at that boundary. And as much as you want to help and save them, you can't. So maybe helping yourself understand that boundary can help you keep somewhat of an appropriate distance from your client, because once you're emotionally involved with your client, it gets really tricky. Generalization. Understand that you might be only going there for 30 minutes a week. So maybe it's going to be difficult for your skills to generalize to their overall life. So maybe you can give for example, give the teachers some strategies, or when you're doing something, you say, hey, did you see how this works? Or hey, look how, you know, clapping helps them, or giving them a beat helps them. Maybe they can use that in their classroom, or use that in their school. And lastly, rate of change. Studying their diagnoses is really important. With dementia, there's not a lot, for example, there's not a lot of feedback. So maybe them just going like that is huge. Maybe that's a really, really big thing. And if you don't know that about dementia, then you would be like, everything is looking at me in my session. But if you understand that, then you're like, they're looking at me in my session. You'll be so excited. Again, that goes with understanding the client and as an individual, you know, what does progress mean to that client? Sometimes looking at their IEP is really helpful if you're in a session, or talking to people afterwards. But like the nurses, oh my gosh, like he never talked here and he just talked the whole session. So that can help you also understand rate of change. And lastly, sometimes it just takes baby steps. All right, so anyone have any nuggets of wisdom or stories about sort of these two topics, meeting your client's needs or dealing with personal concerns you have about your clients?
I think it's just kind of reiterating what you said about baby steps. Sometimes you don't realize within a session what you're doing, and so especially talking with other professionals, like I was working in a nursing home and I was working with a client who was basically nonverbal, and he spoke in one of my sessions, and I was just, you know, I was exciting at the time, but I was just feeling a little discouraged because it happened once and then it didn't happen again for 4 sessions or something like that. But then I talked to one of the professionals and they started speaking of the outside of the sessions too. So, you know, just being able to talk to people will help with that, I think.
I think going along with that, if you notice there's something that kind of triggers like an interaction, I know like especially it's common with nonverbal clients, if you notice there's like a specific trigger that gets in the piece, maybe bring that trigger back. I know I have a client with me geriatric dementia. She's completely nonverbal, and for the first time her husband was sitting in the session with us, and she said one word, I can understand, and the rest is all just babble, like can't understand any of it. She's never vocalized before.
Understanding that social part. All right, I think we're going to move on and go to personal growth. Some of the stuff self-care, some of you might get that from Anna. But quick, about having control issues within a session. I told this one the Coldplay song, but I will try to fix you. You know, going in for music therapy is going to fix this client. I'm going to save their life. You know, we've all been there. That music is going to change their life forever, and also the need for control in a session. So understand the role of a therapist. Understand the role of a therapist. You know, you cannot fix the client with music. You can help and you can get through all, but it's really important for you to understand that you cannot fix someone with just music alone or expect to fix them. And need for control, relinquish it, just let it go. You cannot control the session. Well, you can control it to the extent that you have planned for it and you know behavior modification techniques, but you cannot control everything that you're trying to do. And like I said before, understanding the beauty of flexibility within a session can really help take it to a whole other level. A personal example is that I worked at the same drop-in mental health facility, and I had seen someone in music therapy for a long time, and then I went out one weekend and I saw them at the bar, and they weren't supposed to be at the bar. And it was really, it hurt. I was like, I thought they were doing so well, and I thought my music was helping, but like, I cannot fix that person in that session. So that was something that helped me realize that. Grief, going through grief through an unexpected loss of client maybe, and not in a hospice setting, or you know they declined very quickly, and you were not expecting it. Learning personal grief strategies. What is going to help you grieve this client? Is it going to be you just take a day where you do nothing? Is it where you take a day and you write a song about them? Do you sing the songs you sing together? Do you just have a really big cry? You know, all of those things are grief strategies that are all valid, and you sort of have to figure out in that moment, unfortunately, but what is the best personal grief strategy for you? Also, leading a bereavement session can be really helpful once you have developed these grief strategies. It can help us for you, they're helpful for the clients. For hospice, knowing your limits and your expectations of going into hospice, there are not for a reason. Knowing that maybe going to their funeral might not be good for you. That might be crossing a boundary that you're not ready to cross, and that's okay. But you just should maybe evaluate that for yourself. Journaling can be really helpful throughout the whole hospice practicum experience. Something that's been really helpful for me when I did my hospice practicum. Just like a note or two I wrote at the end of my session notes, my personal feelings of the session away from like the objective sorts of things that happened, and that was really helpful. We'll just go quickly through self-care since Anna talked about it. Self-awareness, and are you the client or are you a therapist? Self-awareness, understanding how many commitments you have. You are not, you're a student, you sing at church, you're volunteering here. Someone else wants you to volunteer at, for the choir for adults with developmental disabilities. Yeah, so I do that, but you're like, oh my gosh, I have another person to do. It's okay to not do everything, to have something to do in your life. Also going to see a counselor if you're going through something. It can also help you be a better therapist if you go to a counselor to see what counseling strategies your counselor is using. So. Also, getting enough sleep and recognizing when you're sick. You know, sometimes as musicians, like, I'm not sick. I'm going to go to my session and I'll be fine. But then you get more sick and then you can't sleep, and then it's just a vicious cycle that will never end. Lastly, are you the client or are you the therapist? It's really important to recognize why you're going into music therapy. You know, is your client, are you going to experience countertransference? Yeah, everyone is going to experience countertransference. You know, maybe this client reminds you of your grandpa. Maybe you had a personal experience your mom had cancer and everyone is going to have some sort of counter concern, but it's about recognizing that and not letting it cross over the boundary that you set between you and your client. Because if you're going to therapy to help resolve some issues that you have, or if you're the one maybe thinking that your client can provide you with some resolution, then it's not a good therapeutic relationship. And again, that goes with what are your motives for being a therapist. I had a professor who was very on the extreme, a psych professor, say you should only become a counselor for the money. And that's it. In my mind, I'm like, oh, I'm becoming a therapist. But know your motives for becoming a therapist. Do we have time for discussion? Maybe a few comments. Okay. Are there any comments about maybe dealing with control or personal grief, or I know we've talked about self-care a lot, but
a brief strategy that I've employed, because I'm not in practicum or anything yet, but I work in a nursing home, and so we use people a lot, and so I've been really good at controlling my grief, and one thing that really helps me is changing my perspective. Like, instead of that being a bad thing, in here it's actually very relieving and liberating, and I think that's something that everyone should try to switch their perspective on when they're working in that kind of environment for their own sake. It's actually a good change most of the time.
Mine is more overall statement, and it's just taken a really long time to understand. But as students, we all remember going and working with these people. We have 10 to 12 weeks. So who's really teaching who? So with Practicum and reference stuff, they're all for us to learn how to work in different situations. And personally, I've gotten very down to myself. Why can't I see how this is? Why can't I do better at this? We just started, we have our own internships and everything to really learn how to do stuff. It's like, we didn't reach the goal, we didn't do this. It's like,
and them not reaching that goal doesn't reflect upon you as a therapist.
With control issues, sometimes it can be more therapeutic to assess in the second that things are changing and move forward. Like in my Happen Center, I was working on a small theory lesson to work on songwriting someday. And I was going on to stop it and go on to a different experience, but in the moment, the clients began to create their own improvisation, and somebody started singing, and they just started songwriting the improvisation out of nowhere. And it was much more therapeutic for them to be able to get out their ideas on what's happening today, that they just decided to flip. And I helped to facilitate that and pull things out of there instead of going on something else. What was therapeutic and just stop it and just do it.
Awesome. Well, if anyone has any questions for me, throughout now, or I'll be at conference all week, and they can just flag me down. I really hope you all got at least some tips about how to approach Practicum that are not in the syllabus. So thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your
So everyone, we're gonna kind of circle up. Sort of move our chairs, just kind of do a circle.
what?
It's in my hand. Again. It looks like mine. We can just like tell Carolyn. We can just do like
Yeah. Right here.
wait for you.
Yeah.
I'm Wiley Smith, and I would like to lead a sort of panel discussion. I, for one, when I was applying for an internship, and so a little about me. I'm a student at Koebel, and I'm in my fourth month. So how many people are in an internship? How many people are about to be in an internship? How many people are about to apply for an internship? How many people have no idea? Okay. That's okay. So just some quick stuff. When you're looking for internships, there's obviously the national roster. So if you go on the Therapeutic website, it's just there. And one helpful thing that's here, sorry, this is on Saturday, the internship fair. You can actually interact with people who are interns and internship directors there. It's a helpful way to kind of learn more about them, give you way more information than the roster does. And then if you want to know more, if you're at all interested, just contact the internship directors. There's also university affiliated internships, and that's different for each university. Basically, the bulk of the work for observing interns is on your professors. So I think most people do MTA roster. So when you're thinking about internships, talk to everyone. Like, talk to your cousin, talk to your professor, talk to your ex advisors, talk to your extended classmates, people who are current interns, people who just graduated. The more you understand and like kind of think out loud, the better. I'm not an expert on this, but that is helpful for me. So once you've found some possible internships, when you're applying, there are a few like ground rules with it. You can't, directors can't accept interns more than 12 months in advance. You can't submit an application more than 12 months in advance. Pretty straightforward. You can have up to 4 active applications. I don't know how they track that, but theoretically you could do more than that. So when you're applying, make sure you plan ahead, know the deadline, know when you want to start, and know when your internship accepts applications, and have your everything in place. So if you need a letter of recommendation, ask your professor like months in advance, and then remind them as it's disclosure. If you have to do like a video or a recording of you in a mock session, like just do that, plan ahead. Know who you're going to do it with, have everything set up, have a backup if it's totally goes to the wire. And when you're applying, off your screens. There's a lot of applicants. There's exploding numbers of students and not that many internships. So like just know yourself, like, know what you're good at, and then highlight it. And when you're applying, when you're about to start your internships, there are a lot of scholarships. MT has a lot of the state organizations, the Ohio Association. Not all the internships have stipends, some of them do, but for 6 months, scholarships can be really helpful. Some universities also. So that's sort of facts and figures. So you'll talk. When you're looking at internships, like you might have a certain population in mind. Like, I will be a hospice music therapist, and that's cool. Like, but an internship is only 6 months. It's not that long, and if you can't find hospice internship, you find something else, like working with kids. Like when you graduate and you have a degree, like you can still work in hospice, and your experience with kids will help. It seems like, but those skills. So like just that's an extreme example, but like if you have your heart set on a population, don't be afraid of working with the client. There aren't many internships in the so 6 months isn't that long, and don't be afraid to work out of state or out of your area. You'll survive 6 months. And you're not, like I said before, you're not really if you do an internship outside of your career, you might find out you really like the population you're working with. And also when you're applying for internships, make sure you kind of know the director. Like if you really love possibly and you don't really know anything about your supervisor, and you show up and your supervisor is like really different from you, and you don't get along, it probably would have been better for you to find a better fit supervisor-wise. So kind of have an idea of who is. And again, the internship is a great way to do that. Just walk up to people and talk to them. I did that last year. First, it's a good experience, like getting your fears out of the way, like, I have to talk to something really decisions about my life, and like, there's some really approachable, pleasant people, and it's sort of like kind of a low-key interview, because they're kind of getting to know you, and the questions they're going to ask is kind of the questions that an interview looks like. And so, you probably want to do an internship if you graduate, but you have 3 years to do it. So if it doesn't happen right away, then you can really would not encourage you to wait for no reason, but like if you haven't trouble finding good, it's time. So that's sort of my spiel real quick. I have this Izzy here, who is an internship supervisor. I am in my internship. Izzy is Carolyn and Anna have accepted internships. Jonathan has as well. So try to use our collective pool of knowledge and experience if you have any questions.
So Angie's gonna introduce herself and kind of talks about what she looks for in the
And remember, I'm only one example. And so what you were saying, Wiley, about, finding out about the internship site and what the person who would be the supervisory director is important. But what I'm looking for is someone who doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to have all your skills in place, but you have to have the ability and the base behind it. So, for example, if somebody comes an interview and I tell them to bring a song for the interview. So we can discuss music skills and how they'll be using my site. If you come and you can't find your starting pitch of the song that you bring, because you are in the last step of becoming a music student. So the music piece for me is important. Not that I'm looking for someone to be a rock star or to be an entertainer. I was not someone who was of that kind of a musician myself. But it's really about your openness to learn, the potential that you have, and that you're a self-starter. Because what if you come to an interview and it goes really good, and you're chosen, and then we do the internship and it's not what you thought? It's not the end of the world. It's really not. That happened to myself, and years after, I look back and all the things that I thought were terrible about my internship was very things that have made me a strong music therapist today. So I look for people who believe in music therapy and are coming in there ready to work. That makes sense? You don't have to know everything. I don't know, take it up because I can.
Yeah. Well, if you find, if you're correct. And I guess one thing that I didn't really conceptualize as much until I started my internship, which is like, I'm thinking like music therapy all the time. It's like, I want to go with who I do music therapy. And she's one of the best music therapists I've seen in action. So that was the, so we're all saying exactly. So like, I knew I wanted her internship. What I didn't think about was location and like the whole like the life. It's a transition in my life. Like I moved to, like I'm not from a big city, but I lived in Grand Rapids. I went to school in Kalamazoo, and I moved into a village population, like my graduating class in high school. And so like, I love the music therapy part of it, like it's so engaging and you're learning so much. But like for me, the self-care in that aspect, like I went through like my first period of loneliness in my entire, because I was like, oh, I moved to a new town, like I can make friends. But there really weren't so many people around. And like I didn't really understand like that aspect of it until about 3 months into my internship, where I was like, wow, like I really need to find another way to self-care. Like I really need to be reaching out in other aspects. And then that was like the time thing too, like with my weekends and I travel. And that takes time away from your internship. And so like making sure that not only is your director a fit with you, but like the setting that you're applying in, make me like, I love the setting that I was applying in. Like throughout the course of my internship, I was saying that like, I want to look for in a job. I think that maybe I want to like address me in interviews. Well, what kind of, like, we travel a lot. Yeah, we go like to and from school. And I was like, you know, that's no big deal. But like personally for me, that's something that like, so it's a stressor for me, especially since I don't drive a Mercedes. So like having that responsibility of reliable transportation when I drive a 99, it can be like an intense one. And the fact that I live in a small town, that's also just another factor. But like when those things are balanced with how much you love your internship and stuff, like that'll make you thrive so much more. So it's those outfit things that I sort of thought about more so in retrospect.
So I'm like in the booking process right now, and I'm learning with medicine, and mostly to see what kind of experience, like disability-wise, that kind of thing. And I'm debating between if I want to go to an internship in a hospital where I'm going to the same place every day, but then I'm also looking at a lot of other good internships that you're going to different facilities, you're going to schools, you're going to prisons, you're going to hospitals, and I'm just debating, could I handle that? Would I be okay with that for 6 months? Or should I just go to the hospital?
I'm going to tell you something. You can handle it. You can do it. Like, no matter what you think, like, you'll make it through it. Like, what I would do for that is, like, make a pro and con list. When you think about, well, sure, I'm at one place all day, but I'm not seeing one type of client all day, especially in hospital. Like, every interaction you make is going to be different. You know, earlier we talked about that on-site assessment where, like, you may have to build rapport, create, facilitate, terminate, and document all in a 5-minute experience versus throughout 16 weeks or however else the practice of it. So it's like you'll gain different kinds of experiences. And because of the way AMTA sets up the regulations for an internship, you can create those experiences that you think the hospital may have through your internship. So those are kind of questions that I'd bring up my internship.
And for example, something that happened to me many years ago, when I got out of my internship, I needed a job. So it wasn't, it no longer became about what population I wanted to work with. I had to work with somebody anyway. And a job opportunity came up in partial day treatment, which is a type setting. And my internship was in a school setting. I interviewed well, they liked me, but they didn't choose me because I didn't have background in that. And I was so devastated because number one, I needed the job. Well, then they called me and said, the person we chose is not done with their internship yet. Could you fill in until? And I was competent, I did well, and they said that to me, they said that we now see that you would have done a candidate. Then I had to train the person who got the job at me. So what I do for that, it's not silent words, don't know for any of that. My life went the right way, and I'm working in schools, and I love it. I love it for 30 years, I've been doing that. But what I do with my interns, which I suppose some of you could initiate some of that talk with an internship director, is I ask them to do at least one project outside of the setting that we work in. So then their resumes come out more diverse. So, for example, Izzy, you want to talk about what?
Yeah. So I applied for the Music Therapy Fellowship at U of M, and I got down to the final teacher. And they told me that one of the stipulations was that I haven't had hospital experience, and that like coming in as a fellow, I was practicum students, interns right away. So that was one aspect of the decision, but they were confident, you know, they said I interviewed well and managed to be proud of my experience there. And I was. And this was about the time when we were creating an internship project at the setting. So I reached out and I got to create an internship project at U of M, with my children's hospital, through like an interview experience that I had that I wasn't ideal candidate for. But through that, I have my hospital experience. I get to work in the child and family room center. I'm starting to do rounds in pediatric oncology and India ward. I'm like not being afraid of like, I mean, that was the first time I applied for any kind of job and didn't get it. So I'm not gonna lie, like it's dumb. and like when I'm there too, and I'm for like the child staff and the music therapy staff, and then I see the fellow start, I'm like, okay, that's those reporters, you know, it's just a different thing, isn't it? It's just like another life experience, another learning. It was definitely something where like I had to step back and like the professionalism and like of course then I'd be thinking things in my head, and then it's like when I'm here and I'm getting this experience, I'm adding to my resume. And she's in charge where she's headed. So she's coming out of this internship, she's going to have expertise with autism, early childhood, inclusion, all of those things that are in the school setting. Plus, she's going to have that experience on her resume with the hospital setting, which to me, even if I was hiring someone for a school setting that had that kind of background, I would be really excited about that kind of advice. So, you know, you can drive your future too, regardless. And maybe you check out both scenarios and find out which one has more of the pros, and then you still create, let's say you choose the hospital, but you're wishing you had other diverse things. Create something that gives you that experience, even if it's visiting and interviewing other people who have the private practice. So, it's creative. Does your university require an internship project?
I don't think so. For university does.
Because sometimes that is your focus for like interviews.
Yeah, but
yeah.
I think I learned that I applied for internship and special internship in hospice, none of my experiences were in hospice. And so my senior year, we don't have a freshman senior year. So I said, okay, I'm just gonna go out and find someone in shadow to get in hospice. And so, you know, we're not doing it for grade, you're not doing it, but we have that extra experience so that when you do get there, even if you can do anything that's there, so have that experience. So it's kind of, you know, you're paying your school, so kind of expose your experience.
For me, just hearing you say that, if you were an internship candidate at my facility, I would instantly be drawn to you because you follow the process of what a music therapist does. I have MT-MRB, so I can work in a variety of settings, but it's not responsible to go and work somewhere that you don't have experience in. Now you have to do the background work. Even though I am an MT-MRB, and if I was going to shift and work in hospice, that's exactly what I would do as a professional. So right there, you're already looking professional.
I have a question on this, but is there ever a situation from a hiring standpoint where you consider not having experience in a certain population somewhat an advantage to move them? If you are having a lot of hands-on experience with them and possibly considering you for a job, at least in other workforces, like sometimes and they would prefer to train you so you are working with them in a good way, so you're kind of on the same
I
page.
could say that for me, as an internship director in my site, I might not be so concerned about that employer so much. I would be looking for someone who's, when I say open-minded, that means you're open-minded and you're willing to go in directions that you're not so sure about. If you have someone who comes with other experience and they're locked into what they think is right and there's an arrogance about that, that's why an employer might go for someone without the experience. And I really philosophically don't like the idea of we're going to mold you, because, but that it's all about that employer being able to work with you so you can be on the mission of what their agency is about. So internship or job, to me, they're the same. You want to read up on that agency or that facility. What is their vision statement? What's their mission statement? What are their treatment philosophies? Are they eclectic or are they purely behavioral? Are they humanistic? Which way do they go? And I know that in your job anyways, you're going to run into conflicts like that. So for example, when I first got hired where I was at, they loved when I used sign language and gestures in music with many of my students without verbal skills, not to make them sign language in communicators for self-expression. We had a hearing aid program that was known nationally that was peer lip reading. So when that staff heard about me, they then didn't want me in there, even though I could have been assigned to them because of the way my agency services the whole county. They didn't want me stepping foot in there because they heard I did sign language. So then I had to educate them that it's not my job to come and tell you the philosophy of the program. I have to mold that philosophy. If I can't ethically go along with that, then I need to say I'm not able to. Does that help you?
Oh, yes.
So, but yes, employers do want that, but think about yourself. Are you wanting to go and be molded? Learn about those other folks. Are they ethical in how they want to mold? Things like that.
I have a question for you. I'm interested in the components of like taking this like a non-music therapy standpoint because I am such a block and but I feel like kind of like on the whole topic of going in experience versus non-experience depending on how you're going in can really either speak levels of the employer or the employee. For an employee going to experience the building blocks and knowing things, if you're able to kind of mold to what their what the company's looking for, the employer's looking for, speak levels about how you want to learn and show. Like I'm a manager at a store in McDonald's, and it shows me that you're willing to work with me to help others, but then also it shows me to come in without the experience. If you're engaged and willing to learn things that you don't know, it really speaks that you're willing to learn and try new things as well.
Great advice.
I have a question for anyone who's been in an interview from either side. Is there a question that you've gotten that you were surprised by that you were careful, or for you maybe is there a question that you think that tells you a lot about prospective instance?
Do I have something about that? I think the situational questions, and Riley can speak to this too because we have the same internship at different times, were like they were difficult. It was so tough, and it was over the phone. It was very difficult. Yeah, right. That was the phone interview is very difficult. You have to be comfortable with the fact that there's going to be silence, and that was something that was hard for me. I was like sweating. I was like, that I'm speaking because I think I don't know the answer. So that was really hard. And also the question, how do you resolve conflict? Can you give me an example?
It's in every interview.
It's hard because you're like, well, I have to look into the conflict. That's great. That was not my answer, but you should think of that answer ahead of time because in the moment, maybe the conflict you think of is not a conflict you want to share with a potential internship director. So I would say try to prepare
those questions ahead of time, and do just what you did. Ask people what their questions were at the interview and how they answered, and maybe say ask what some bad answers were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One question I got that was really off guard was, what would your classmates say about you? So just like really think about all aspects of your education and like have that in present. I don't know what to say. You know, it's one like straightforward questions. Like, I got a lot of situational questions, what to do in this situation, but like think about everything beforehand.
I know that I asked the question you're talking about. I said, tell me about a concept that was real that you had and how you solved it. And that's very revealing because you're going to most likely many times, especially if you're a traditional student in high school, let's say in college and in your internship, you don't have as many life experiences. And I kind of think it's kind of a cruel question in the way that I still use it because you want to see how they're going to manage getting things off their footing, But as all of us have immature moments, and you're defensive, and so when you're retelling the story, you're going to instantly be brought back to that situation and think it's this, But I would practice resisting giving those kind of postures and that kind of attitude. Openness about, I didn't see it from there, consider that. Because you're going to be a therapist, and therapists are supposed to have that self-awareness and understand how to do that. And I think that, something else you said, so of course you're like thinking, I can understand professional situations, I've done a lot in education, but like, you can be aware of like when it happened and how you felt when you're in the moment and like you don't really understand what you're putting off, like you don't know that you're being defensive or like you don't understand that you're in that conflict in the moment. If you're an intern, you're still learning like that self-awareness piece in the professional setting that you have to be interning in. Like don't let that dwell. Like I would say talk about it and be like, you know what, I didn't need to give off that kind of thing. And then as soon as you resolve that, if you can move forward, then it's just like another learning experience. Because we had those moments, I will always say that. And like we were just weren't on the same page. And I thought I was on one page and she was on one page. And we thought we were together but weren't. But as soon as I got addressed, it feels so much better. And the interns in this really disadvantage in that. And I tell you, face your fears. And we got along the whole time. Those moments don't feel great, but we're humans and we're together every single day. So, come on. I'm together with my husband every day. We have arguments. But pre-plan how you're going to address those. And I love the phrase face your fears because when you're an MTBC, everyone's going to think you know everything. And of course, it's a process and you don't know everything. I don't know. Yeah. So it's like practicing those ahead of time and kind of realizing their choices.
I want to feel that going about just like having silence in your interviews to do it in ways. Like don't rush to answer a question just to fill that silence. Like if you know you need some time to say that, like, okay, I'll let you think about that. And like even if it's face to face, like just think about it, collect yourself, and then go. So it's like, oh, I have that.
Because when yourself, so you're assessing your situation right now.
Like I had one of my interviews, I had that question, like how do you resolve conflict? Like it was one of my interviews with the position and it was like disagreeing with a nurse. I had to think about it, but after the interview, you thought before you were going to say something, and it shows self-control and discipline, and that you think through the situation if it actually happens. So, even though even silence is a gesture that can show someone
switch gears a little bit. When talking to an internship, or just address this,
How do you go about asking about a specific facility's philosophy on supervision or a specific successor style of supervision without it being like defined?
You're not fine.
Yeah, I think that's very
I mean, I say this out loud to interns because I want them to feel comfortable, but there are, it's a strategy sometimes to not outwardly try to make the intern feel comfortable. Okay, so, are you easily intimidated? Are you afraid? There's graceful ways to ask that, and look, you're uprooting your life, and you're going to go there and most likely not get a stipend, and if you are, there's not going to be a very good one, and this is going to mold what your communication personality is. So I regard that as a great question, and one that, that you're not just going, oh, this internship is down the street from my parents, so I'm just going to go and do this. So you have every right to ask that, but I just would practice the grace in how you say that. I'm trying to be very thoughtful, making sure I find a good fit. Can you tell me what is your style, or you could be bold and honest about it, but grateful.
In my interview, they asked what I was comfortable with, what students have. So that's something that you might want to think about. Even if they don't ask you to know.
One of the questions that I think it took me the longest to answer on your interview is, where do you expect to be in 5 years? What do you expect to be in 10 years? Like, of course, I'm one of those people who, like, I would list and I like to plan, but, like, my plan always changes, and it's always in 100 million. That's what I call that organized thing. But, like, that 5 year and that 10 year plan, like, I always thought I had it in my head when on her application with engineering, really picked thought and, like, short essays about it. I thought that was one of the most beneficial questions on the application, and I didn't see it on other applications. So, like, if it's something that's, like, not an application that we get, I think that it would be something for self-advocate for, like, the interview process.
Yeah, and to be thinking and vision in your head, again, you might have to shape your resume to get to that vision. And I think I asked that one on purpose because of my experience not getting a job right now. But because I am compassionate about what it's like to have to step out of the university and then have to go out there and put up in good. In our field, needs every one of you. We need your uniqueness, we need your stability, we need your passion. The world knows that music makes a difference now, and so they're clamoring and wanting it. It's just not shaped exactly right. And so if there's not enough of us coming out and being competent, there will be other substitutes that people come around. Not that we don't want them, but we just need to know where's our role. And I don't know, all my experiences with the newer graduates is that you are better prepared than many of us were way back. Not that that was bad, it's just research has taught us more. And so, I want to encourage all of you, go for your dream. If you hit barriers, like Wiley said, if it's not working out right away, don't give up. You have 3 years. Yes, you need to make money. I do recommend going for something right away and thinking about it well enough in advance, because there isn't a gap in between. Because that's further you get away from actually doing it, and then you start working on it place, and then I just come out of that and come along.
Yeah, and then when you're going for a job after your internship, well, you graduated in May, and you started internship in October,
Yeah.
Does anyone have any final questions?
It's never too early to go in shadow because shadow and you're kind of testing the water to see where you can see yourself. And anytime you shadow someone, it affects how you're absorbing information in your readings and in your coursework. I know that I have people observing me all the time, and there might be someone who's, oh, I came and I observed you one day, and that was 4 years ago. But just the fact that they remembered my site and they came back and they wanted to explore an internship. I have many people who will maybe have that experience with me and then when it's getting close to the internship, ask to come again and shadow again. Because you want to, I just couldn't fall in the park with me. I agree with Izzy. I would say anytime you have time to go in shadow, I would say capitalize and go. It will enrich you either way. I think it was my senior year when I was like, I want to see everything to fix it, but I can get it. I'm like, it was cool because like if you have a university with all these affiliations and all these supervisors that are supervising all your Practicum students, if they're supervisors, they're more inclined to let you come to their club and like that even or like you have a time that was doing all like plays and I would come and observe you and it would be appropriate and look for you. Well, thank you for taking the time for me to consider like always important. And that I think like that put the fire under me to like want to just go into a whole different level of my practicum. It just got me excited for internship. So it's a really cool one. Yeah. The more you observe, the more you see the you love you find out that you really want to. Yeah. I had a classmate who didn't do some of that until junior year. He found out that he was he wasn't going to be there. And think of all that money he'd already spent. And he switched to engineering.
So, just reminding me something a little tangential, but like when you're getting in touch with potential sites, professional, like don't just say, hey, Angie, like you're in the snow. Like even if you know that like it's a professional, this person is really chill, like be professional. Go a little further. And like if they don't respond like right away, they're probably really busy. Like they're really busy. So don't bombard them, but like call them. Just say, hey, you.
Sometimes when you're like reaching out to a lot of other professionals, I always start with like, like greetings, good morning, good afternoon, this is so and so. And if they reply back with Angie, then the next email is like, okay, she replied with Angie, I can call her Angie. Oh, sorry, Ellen.
What is your opinion on thank you notes and how to follow up on an interview? Sometimes it's like, as my mom's like, always write a handwritten note after everything. But then when I did my internship, I wanted to make sure that my thank you went out right after my interview. So I sent 5 little thank you emails to everyone who interviewed me. And I got it, but I was wondering what your opinion on following up after the interview was.
Okay, so I'm probably not going to help you very much, but I'm going to tell you what this is what I observed. You need to see the styles of internship. Because if you don't know, I will translate it. Because there's generational things. So your mom's telling you that for a reason because in her generation, that was it. If I don't know, I think I would err on the side of handwriting it because you won't know. It is nice to get something like that, but we're all so busy. I mean, because email is so fast. I wouldn't text it unless but just be aware of there's a generational difference. And soon that will go away and there might be in another few years better defined norms on what you should do. I just hesitate to tell you a rule because I do think people in my generation and older, we're a bit behind on how the new way of communicating is happening. And the new ways of communicating are critical to all of us that we all should be in touch with it. But staying professional, being grammatically correct, I think it's important.
You know,
As much as I know that.
Right, or when someone doesn't follow up. You know,
I guess every person kind of has their style. My personality is I'm very cut past full. And I look at everyone and I try to say doing the very best they can. If they say thank you and I'm genuine that day, I'm usually doing that. But you remember the person much more if they send you the day. I would recommend the thank you. So thank you. Yeah, no, it's fine. Unfortunately, we have to wrap up. Oh. Go for it. Okay.
Yeah.
2 more questions. Go ahead.
No, I think that there's a lot of talk over the internship interview, and I think there's really something to be said for authenticity too. It's like probably one of the biggest things. So I try personally not to stress out so much about questions. Go ahead and prepare for all those situational things, but don't feel like you have to have the best answer. So I think I was asked one, like, what is your one accomplishment that you're most proud of? And I was like, oh man, my whole life, I got to think of the one thing. And so usually I like take a minute to think about it, but I might preface it with, well, like the most salient thing that comes to my mind, or the most recent one, you know, give them something meaningful that is actually applicable, instead of like trying to remember that one great thing that maybe you can't remember at the time. So like, don't stress about it. Just, you know, I always have that in your toolbox.
I think I think if you all just remember that right there, because you're going to be more genuine. It's really obvious when someone's just trying to craft what they're saying because they studied it. And that's, you're just suspicious of the person when you're doing that. I'm saying this as a person who's made that mistake before in an interview. It was not a matter of being disrespectful and trying to be, you know, underhanded. It was more about over-preparing. I just over-prepared that nervous. You know, you just had, I think being yourself, it's really important. So, I want to thank Nancy for coming with us. If you want to take breaks for a minute, stretch your legs, hit the bathroom. And then we'll come back with Carolyn, keep on, woo, rock and roll, woo, yeah. Oh my goodness, how about, I am sister you. We say that. And Carol did all kinds of shenanigans. Yeah, we still have people asking. So yeah. Oh my gosh, you two were in a room together. I would. 21 and holding. Now it's you. Now it's 25 hours. She's a traveler. Every time people are like, you're doing it, I'm like, she's a traveler. And it's like, right, it's automatic response. He's a tree. You know, way. Girl, you have 3 hours. I do, but it's not as good as are you drinking water? But then I'll show you. I can do and I'm not. I'm thinking that
Yeah. And that one from that. No, I think we put finishing up this year. Oh, yeah, I don't know. And she would do it that way. Thank you so much. Guys are recording this one. So the recording workout. I don't want to see it in the shower. So the recording workout for each of them.
I'm going.
They have to know.
Recording. It's good enough for audio and some video, but I don't think it's good enough for recording video. Exactly. You had the most.
Are you able to say recording? And then if you're not, that's okay.
I could try. It's all one recording. If I stop it, then the link breaks, and I won't be able to use that link anymore. So that's why I can't have it.
Okay, that's fine. But I understand.
Where are the minutes? One guy. And it's so. Oh, I agree. It'll all happen. It always does. You wait.
I know, that's why I think
No, but I and then I can and then we go to oh yeah. Oh, probably a third of it. There's 2 interviews here. 5 people who accepted Cool. So everyone, this is Carolyn Koebel, music therapist extraordinaire. Carolyn's going to be our keynote speaker, right? She's going to talk about her journey through her music therapy career, tied in with education, being an faculty at the University, Western Michigan University, and being a performer in many facets of the word. And about how she balances all that. So I was lucky enough to work with her at Western, and she has shaped me in a lot of my experiences. She was always one who was like, "Go on, just try it. Go do it." First time I sang in public, like on the choral aspect, wasn't her. First time I scattered was with you. She just pushes you to do things. And so I'll let her tell you all about her.
Okay, thanks. And you all, Izzy was just giving me the rundown, but just so I have a demographic context. So there's a couple people in an internship. Is that true? There's a couple. So you living it right now on the brain, and then several people about to move into that phase. You have applied, and that's the next thing that's coming out. And then, are there any freshmen, brand new music therapy folks? This is your first conference, is this?
Oh,
wow.
That's why we got it.
So I've got to tell you that there's a lot of reasons to go to a conference when you're a student, maybe more reasons than when you're a freshman. Because it's cheaper. It's way more affordable to do everything when you're a student, even though you have the opposite idea about it, like you feel like you never have any money and you can't afford it. You really can't afford not to do it because it's the most informative leg of your journey when you have the opportunity to really witness and listen to and hear about all the dimensions of the work. So before you become compartmentalized in your thinking or decide, you know, I think I want to be a music therapist working in this setting. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. You know, don't be in a rush to define and predetermine where your music therapy journey will take you. And by coming to conferences, you just, you know, for me, I found it to be like one of the most kind of energizing and informative ways to understand the depth and complexity and the possibilities, and sort of like the really endless boundaries of the work to a certain extent. You can be very, very focused and really specialized, but you can also flow into lots of different spaces. And it depends, of course, on you, your personality, and where you're at, the resources you have, and your drive and your motivation and your desire to grow as a human being and as a music therapist. Those things always travel together. And just to think about things that you might want to grow into as a music therapist. I can remember listening to people present and knowing that that wasn't the work I was going to be doing immediately, but that it was work that was really inspiring to me and that I could kind of put there maybe more on a long range vision of, wow, you know, maybe in another 10 years, I'll be together enough in my person and my practices and my musicianship and clinical skills that I could do something like that. So I think the thing that conferences really do is help you get at it, and help you get excited, and also identify people in the field, like Andy Snell, that you might want to mentor with, or collaborate with, or check in with people, resonant themes and bodies, people who are doing things that really catches your attention, who reveal that they have philosophies that seem to make sense to you, and that may even mirror some of your own ideas and thoughts, even though you may feel sometimes like, do I even really have a personal philosophy of music therapy or not? But the more that you see and hear other people's work, I think the more that'll sort itself out to you too, and you'll come to realize where your comfort zones are and where your areas of potential to improve. So, like you said, I actually did a dual degree at the time when I was going through. I went to school for music therapy, and my principal, I'm a percussion major. My principal instructor was not what you would say a real cheerleader for music therapy, and it's like, are you sure you want to do that? I don't think, like, maybe you'll change your mind. She just kept saying, you'll change your mind. You should do both, because then if you change your mind, you'll be already set up to do this other thing. I was like, okay, well, okay. But I'm thinking in my mind, I'm never, I can't make a living, and, you get a performance degree, and then what do you do? How do you live off that? It seems less viable than a music therapy. Oh, okay, I have a degree in this. Well, probably I could teach private lessons. But, and I don't know what else, then eventually go back and get a music ed degree or something like that. So I ended up just kind of pursuing those things at that moment in my undergrad, since I wanted to work on my musicianship anyway, and that worked out pretty well. And percussion for me happens to be something that there's a real need for, and even at that point in time, there was a real underdevelopment of percussion and music therapy. So I came through in an era when there were only 5 or 10 music therapists who were percussionists, like in the profession. That's insane. And I was like, what? That's all of their teachers are telling us over that music therapy. So that's really changed a lot in the past 10, 15 years. Now almost every group of students from every university is specialists, and there's more and more guitar players coming into the profession. So we're seeing both of those skill sets, a lot more resources for us to have that interchange and exchange, and to be able to move the whole profession and the whole field forward, by helping to reinforce those competencies and find more creative ways of being skilled in that. And then hopefully starting, it's really a slow process, but starting to make curriculum changes, that better meet the needs of the modern profession. And that's, something that Andrew was just commenting on too, that, the younger generations, you all are like the rock band and live snowball, live singing and skiing and all of this stuff. And that's the other thing is, to really stay cohesive and relevant, we need to have multi-generational collaboration going on. So Angie and myself, I always see her presenting forever, you're always presenting with your instruments and being a model and encouraging and pulling people out and saying, you got to get out there. You have really good ideas, and different ideas, different ways of thinking, different ways of talking, different musical aesthetics, than preceding generations. And so in order for us all to stay connected and to move forward, we have to have that continuing intergenerational connectivity, so that the old guard and the young guard, it doesn't do us any good to have opposition within the work that we're doing. We need to find ways to stay unified and to help inspire and challenge both ends of the spectrum, so that we all feel good about the work that we do. And some of my work has been challenging the old guard's perspective that musicianship doesn't matter in music therapy work. And I've heard that from a surprising number of people in the academic system. And it's a little bit disturbing to me because it's half of our title, music therapy, and we have such degrees of specialization that we have programs that focus almost completely on the musicianship. Then we have programs that rarely focus on that all and focus intensely on the therapy, and others that focus on the model. And so we have these sub-specializations, but we also have emergent areas of employment. You know, we have probably two of our largest areas for music therapy, work at hospice and palliative care, and neuro rehab. And they're really different environments. And if you're being prepared exclusively for one, you're not going to be very well suited for the other without doing additional training and taking workshops and sessions and institutes where you can become more competent in the area where your training systems were not as well rounded as maybe would have been helpful. And it's not to fault any one institute or another. And the Midwest is somewhat homogeneous compared to the West, to the Northeast, and different regions have different models and points of emphasis in their training. But at the end of the day, we have indentured ways of teaching that work for some students that we don't for others. For guitar class works okay for some students and these other students in the And so if you're going to be using that instrument, then you have to find ways to develop those skills to be more motivated and excited. If you're going to work in certain settings, maybe you don't need that skill in neuro rehab. Maybe you really just need to focus on piano and auto. But in hospice settings, you need broader musicianship. And if you're not sure which setting you're going to ultimately end up working in, the best thing you can do is just try to have a really well-rounded skill set and understand that will continue to evolve and develop hopefully throughout your career. You'll have to be able to do everything today. You just have to commit to the fact that being a music therapist is a lifelong journey, and it's continuing ahead for all of us at every level in the process. It's not that you get to, although you'll see this model in previous generations, you shouldn't take it to mean that once you reach a certain age, you don't have to continue to stay current with success factors. I see that, and I don't mean to say that out of disrespect, but I've seen it far and wide in the educational system, and it's across all curriculum. It's not just music therapy. I mean, we know that throughout the way that the education system works, and it's any variety of majors. So we just have to make that choice for ourselves, ultimately, and then our profession will benefit accordingly. So, like you said, I've been doing a combination of things. I wasn't 100% attached to any particular kind of work when I started. So I took the work that presented itself, and I found that to be a really great way to be more diverse and to really develop and grow and also get a clearer picture of maybe work that I would want to do more long term. So I think I highly recommend, that you take the opportunity to present themselves and just sort of test your resources and ability to do that work with a music therapist. And you may find that it's not your favorite. It's not your preference. And you've had practicums, Carolyn have already kind of gone through that, where you can identify, I really enjoyed this. I really resonated with this population, with this experience. And if that's as revealing as you need it to be, then you'll make, professional employment decisions based on that information. But if you don't have, the opportunity to work with a broad breadth of populations, then your professional career just continues the process. And I don't think you should feel bad about that. It would be attached to the idea. Back in the days, people were really attached to the idea that they get this job and they keep this job forever and they retire from that job. And I don't think that applies to very many professions, period. And it doesn't have to apply to music therapy, because we do have that possibility to grow into a variety of work with different populations, rather than to leave the field because we feel burned out on the particular kind of work we've been doing. We have that option to explore different work, to engage with different populations that can meet our needs, perhaps better as we evolve on our own musical journey and personal growth and changing consciousness from there. I can say when I started, a lot of early childhood music. I like working with kids in my practicum work and working in school, a lot working in Beautiful Central School and Lisa and ISD system. And it was a really good experience with from 6 months old through 26. And we do that all day, part-time, no, 1 day a week. And then started to work in juvenile home systems and with at-risk programming. And then each of those led into different kinds of collaborations and specializations where I was doing retreats and wellness events and things that just kind of grew out of that. It was the same population, but different, somewhat different contexts. And those experiences were all very satisfying and often based for me around the work of group drumming and really based music therapy practices and things like that. So that was, an asset that I had that I realized early on. And I think that, that's something that I really want you to consider and then pay attention to in your own person and your development is what are your unique resources? What are the things that you possess? Not that you compare yourself to one another and say, well, I'm a lot better because of this person and I'm way better than this, but that you can identify the things that you feel are really your gifts, really your resources and the places where you shine naturally, and they may or may not be exclusively the therapy related ideas. It may be that you can use fusions and blends all music therapy work within a context of something else. One of the grad students I'm working with is her other kind of passion and identity is yoga. She's a yoga teacher and also music therapist and more interested in synthesizing the two, not to have them be so much two separate pieces of her equation, but what can I do and how can I really move more deeply into both of these things and then create perhaps some kind of fusion that is unique to hers because of her, her skills, her study, and her resources. And that would ultimately be really fulfilling for her so that she doesn't feel like her day job is taking her away from this other thing that she wants to do. Those are things I think you have to listen for is when you find yourself, man, I gotta do this. I was talking to somebody about this. I have to do this. As opposed to the language of so and totally get to do this thing. I have this opportunity to do it. So pay attention to your language and energy around it, and then notice it. If you're doing something and it's drag and it's hard, so get there on time and go on to repeat mode, and you're just like you're feeling pretty burnout and not very inspired by it. You really are in control. You are in the power seat of that, and you just have to be energetic about it and realize there are other things out there. You have to be willing to be flexible and to consider that maybe it's time to move on. Maybe it's time to release this thing, and it was a good ride, and you took it, and maybe you're ready for something else for the next adventure. So, for me, it's been a lot about that openness and then just paying attention, just listening and paying attention, and noticing those moments where people ask me to do something, and they'll say, hey, do you do this? And it's easy to say, no, I don't do that. But I always wonder, are they asking me because they perceive that I could do this? And then I turn that back and I say, well, I haven't done that, but I'm sure I could. And that's the question. You have to sit with that and be realistic, but also believe in yourself and know if you can trust yourself to actually be able to show up and do that thing that you're doing. That somebody picks you and they see something in you and they're calling you out and they're like, hey, would you be able to do something like this? I really want to create a music experience for this group of individuals, and these are my goals. Well, yeah, we can do that. We have the methodology, we have the kind of critical thinking that we can do that, and we just have to zone in and tune in on where our greatest strength is to accomplish that or to support that. And those moments are the ones that have led me to infinitely more adventures, and opportunities that I wouldn't have had otherwise. Collaborations with really amazing artists doing amazing work who were people that I looked at and thought, wow, that person is just, I so admire what they're doing. And then another 10 years later, I got to do a project with them. And that's what you have to live that way. You have to see this person that seems like they are just like, you know, up on this pedestal, like, oh my God, she's the queen bee, and how could I ever be as cool as Andy now? And then you get to collaborate with her and work on a project with her, and you realize she is totally like the cat. Yeah. This woman, you know, is like a renegade music therapist who's tireless for the cause. She's so for the cause. She's exhausted for her person, but her energy for her work is endless. And she does things, you know, creates experiences, really powerful experiences for the client. And that, you know, that's what inspires me when I see people do that. I'm like, that's what I want to do as a music therapist. I want to create amazing, powerful experiences for people. And so even when I work as a performing musician, I had to do somebody called me on the drive here, I had to do an interview. And he said, what is it like? I did a concert with one of my groups, and we did a concert it was called a Crybaby concert. And so we played, and the room was full of like little people between 6 months old and 2 years old. And it was, so we're a Celtic band, so we play like a lot of up-tempo dances. And the guy's like, what is it like to perform for little people like that? I was like, well, for one thing, I was like, I don't think that like I'm performing. He's like, well, I mean, you are. What do you mean? I was like, well, that's not how I approach the situation. I said, I'm creating an experience. I'm facilitating an environment where they can have their own experience of the music. You know, that the idea of the series is, you know, everywhere you take little kids, you have to take them out because they're making noise. They have to be quiet, or somebody's annoyed. Like all the TV ticket holders are annoyed because the little kids next to them are like squawking during the violin solo. So I was like, oh, thank God, you know. I'm like, can we just get with the times? Like, I don't care. I'm not that upset about it. And I was like, I would rather play that kind of concert. It's just more relaxed, and people just respond organically to their own impulses. Like we allow, and that's such a music therapy, you know, mindset for me, is that we facilitate opportunities and experiences where people will naturally respond. Call it like the kind of the North Robbins concept, like a music child, that we're accessing that we're creating this container that allows them to be fully whole and to be fully present and expressive and to tap in to all those resources that, you know, without the presence of that stimuli, we have no evidence that they can even do these things, that they can just display and activate those kinds of responses. So I'm not sure he totally got it, but I had to attempt to like reframe for him that that's what it was about for me, and that's been a, you know, an evolution and a blending of my work over the years. Is that I used to play a lot more concerts and do a lot more performing, and then I shifted a lot of the intention and the structure of the kinds of events I do to be a lot more interactive and really to facilitate some kind of process. I'm interested in helping bring people into experience with it, not so much that you sit back and like, oh my gosh, that's so good. Oh my gosh, that was wonderful. Or look at you go. Oh, but that they have some kind of response to the music itself, more from that kind of that music is so therapist kind of model, that even young children could be exposed to real sound of real instruments in the same room. You know, I said for me that's also fascinating, because I'm thinking, if these kids have heard music before, they've heard it on the TV or on a CD or whatever, and it was potentially attached to SpongeBob or some other random character on a TV screen. But do they even understand that this doesn't make a sound without me, this human being, touching this instrument and creating a sound? And I said, and then maybe somewhere in their very young process, maybe they realize, hey, I bet I can do that too. And then they want to come up and check it out and, you know, and then they find out that, whoa, this thing, like, I can do that too. And that's a big part of the mission of it all. Is, you know, to give the music away and to bring people into that renewed relationship and empowerment that they can be part of it. You know, I think that's a huge piece of our music therapy work, is giving people an opportunity to be part of the music. I mean, they want to be in the band, whether it's a rock band or, you know, it's a group of special needs individuals playing drums and percussion, or guitar groups, or you sing one finger youth. It doesn't matter. You get that one finger on that youth and you sing your heart out, and that is bliss, and that is perfection. It is perfection. They don't necessarily censor that it doesn't sound good. They just know that this is that sweet place, and they just sound good. And they might not get to find that place as often as we do. You know, we have like an intentional capacity to find it. And for them, they may not understand the keys to accessing it. And so we can try to do that. So one thing I'm a stickler for, I teach a distance learning course at St. Mary of the Woods as well. So I got involved with that. It's kind of Stacey Richardson's fault. And the same thing happened, and she asked me if I would teach this course, and I was like, no, I don't think so. I want to do this. I don't think I'm the right person. And she wouldn't leave me alone. And she would not leave me alone. Reminding me of you again. The elders in our community, and it was that same thing. And she was like, I've seen you present, and I like your content and your curriculum and your resources. And if you would just like make that a class, then do that, right? Like, so I finally decided to do it, and I sucked, and then I got better. I was like, okay, this is really hard, like online class, and it's got all these weird, I would much rather be in a room with human beings and have an experience together. But the nature of that is a whole different beast. But it's been infinitely rewarding, and to see my own development and growth and ability to be much more effective in doing it after having done it for several years. I think that's very real. It's just the deal. Like, you don't have to start out and be better. You just have to be committed to improving and getting better, and trying to give the people that you're working with, a meaningful experience. And there's different ways, that I think that our students, a lot of the times, we can't always appreciate it. We can't always appreciate how meaningful our work is in the short term. But then if you have that great grace to be in the grocery store and somebody comes up to you and says, you were my mom's music therapist 5 years ago in hospice. And I still remember, that evening and how much that meant to me. And these moments that happen to all of us when we're in the profession after not a very long period of time, where people's loved ones here, it's so meaningful to them what we're able to offer and provide to their loved ones. You can never underestimate that, and that in and of itself is so powerful, like to keep me engaged in the work and in the field. So I do hospice music therapy work is the other work that I do, kind of a full-time, part-time thing. And I've been doing that for 10 years, and I didn't really know that was how that was going to go. And I didn't know I was going to start doing the work until I went to a grant writing workshop. And I definitely encourage that. Like, I do a lot of community resources and statewide arts councils and local and regional. I think we probably have things here like the Indiana Council for the Arts and Cultural Affairs. We have one in Michigan. I think most of them probably something like that here in Minnesota. Do you think? Is there like a Minnesota Arts Council? Or Department of Arts and Cultural Affairs? People have these things too. So there's like a lot of really amazing resources out there, and I started when I was branching out and realized I wasn't going to go get that full-time 40-hour music therapy gig. I knew I had to be creative and resourceful, and so the first thing I started doing was figuring out where do I get grants. And I got grants to travel and to study, to go to other countries, to do music therapy research and cultural study in different areas, to take trainings and go take weekend warrior workshops on specific topics and themes that I felt, from experts in the field are presenting, these weekend kind of crash courses on things that I felt like, I really want to do that work and I need more training and to get closer to the people to do it. And even if it was work, I can say that I went to a lot of things that didn't blow my mind, and that was really empowering. So the more that you see things and you're like, really? Like, I could have done that. What that might mean is that then you're kind of on point and you could be doing this, And so instead of sitting back sometimes and feeling like, I don't know, I'm not sure, you go ahead. And then you go see that other person and you're like, well, I could totally do that. Well, then there you go. That has totally fueled me many times along the way too, just to see that I actually, like, we all have moments where we doubt ourselves, where we have those questionable self-esteem areas where we really get down and we're like, oh, that's not even good. I can't do any of it. I mean, look at what you can do. I can't do that, so I can't do anything. One thing. So then we return to who am I and what are my resources and what am I gifts and what are my passions and what do I want to do with this field. We all have to reset and we all have to have people around us that we just do it. Whether you do like co-counseling or peer supervision, that's really, really grown a lot in our profession over the years where even you'll have like the Chicago hospice music therapists together and talk about their work and support one another emotionally and also just through resources, sharing best practice or introducing and reminding, what, I found this amazing, like this song, and it's been really powerful in my work and turning it on and sharing that information, amongst our kids. That's what, again, really what these conferences allow us to do, but we know that only a small percentage of our profession is ever really represented at the regional and at the international. So those of us who do come need to kind of be the ambassadors who carry some of this back and re-energize and hold our peers accountable. I got no issue with that, and we shouldn't either. Like if we all just did that, then people wouldn't be like, well, dang, it's all high and mighty and stuff. Be like, no, for real. Like we all need to care about the quality of our work, and it looks different in different ways. But the competency of our profession as a whole comes down to each one of us to say, like, hey, can I show you something for a second? Like, I think if you just tried it this way or you do this, you gotta be able to like have rapport and relationships with people. But information exchange, it needs to be really fluid among us all. So if somebody, Keith Meyer is like the fluid information guy. Dude can do whatever, and he wants to show you and help you be able to do it. And that's actually really widespread. It's really, really common. And I can think of very few people, maybe 2 or 3 in our whole region, who are probably not like that. I think most of the rest of the people. You gotta enter people that you don't understand the way you communicate. You'll get to know it, and then then you get to communicate it. Yeah, right. First impression of communication. So I gotta share this one kind of story too about the randomness and the way that things play out. So I did my internship in Chicago, and while I was in my internship, when I went to my first national big music therapy conference, I saw one of the guest performers was Glenn Lewis, a great friend of mine. And so I saw him, and I don't really know this guy, and he signed up for many years. And what I came to realize is that he was like, kind of this world-renowned, really incredible percussion artist. What I didn't realize or have any inhibition about was walking up to him and saying, hey, I'm like completely blown away by what you did. And I said, I was like, That's just how I roll. You see what you want and you have to go get it. You have to do it. You have to just be your own advocate and just go towards it. And if somebody closes the door in your face, then it wasn't meant to be. And somebody else will reveal themselves and it will be better. It'll be a better fit. So then I was in my internship, which also wasn't the internship that I wanted. And the one I wanted, my friend, and then the person was like, well, I want to put her through first because she's older, but I'll give you the one after hers. I said, I don't want the one after hers. I want my internship now. I'm like, I don't want to just sit around for 6 months twiddling my thumbs. I was like, but I would love your internship. But it's all right. I'm moving on. And in that internship, I became aware of the music of the Paul Winter Concert, which was the group that Glenn played in besides the Sea Bright Ensemble. He was really involved with Paul Winter. He did a lot of seminal music and earth music and incorporated nature sounds and was kind of like the big DH guy. And then a few years after that, Paul's old flute player left the consort and started her own project. Because I had taken lessons with Glenn, she called me and said, I need a percussionist to go on tour to Russia, and Glenn recommended you. I was like, what? Who are you? What? So then I've been working with her off and on for years, and then last year we did 9 weeks on tour in China. We went to 39 cities and got paid, played music, saw an amazing country and culture. All because I walked up to Glenn Perez when I was like 19 years old and said, is there any way I could take a lesson from you? Can you show me how to do any of that? Because it just blew my mind. And I want to be able to do that. I want to move closer to that thing. So then I finally met Paul Winter in person a year and a half ago. So it was like come full circle. So I wrote this in my phone because I was like, okay, because I think you had like messaged me about this. I wrote this down. So this is what Paul said, and it was so perfect. And he said, what the world wants from each of us is your song, your sound, your voice. This is brilliant. You have absolutely no competition. No one can do your song as well as you. So that's the way that man has lived his life. And he had an amazing artistic career and seen the world doing it, played with fantastic musicians, had just incredible projects and opportunities, and that's all the same stuff I wanted for my life. I'm like, I want to see the world, play music, so don't underestimate setting your intentions and then have patience and conviction and talk to people. Like, you gotta put yourself out there with the other people that you play with. You gotta live boldly. And what was Mike saying? Remember, ask forgiveness, not permission. And it's not a terrible philosophy. Like sometimes if you're on the fence, there you go. That's how you figure out, well, which way do I go here? Should I not? We have those moments, but just, you really have to trust yourself. And work on you as a human being, as a person, because that'll make you less easy. And, for me, the work has taken care of itself. Like the more I've come to be the person that I feel I'm meant to be, the more powerful my music will be with this stuff. Because I take more risks, I listen more deeply, I care more, I invest more, and I feel more, and sometimes I lose more. And at the end of it, I gain just infinitely. I'm always just, think that any music therapist who's been really doing it and really just loving their work, those are the people you need to talk to. And the people who aren't loving their work need to come talk to me. And then I'll be like, no. Just mix it up. And sometimes it's just you that you need to work on. You're like, it's so boring, so sing songs all the time. And you find it. There's somebody who disallows you from learning new material, from engaging with new technology, from taking a training and expanding your concept, or going to a yoga class for well-being and health. to restore yourself, you know, making time for you to look at the best you can be, you know, for the world. We don't have much time left.
You feel inspired? Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the way that we're going to close out passages is how we started it. We're going to get to the music, so feel free to grab some of those, the touch fire, the brown, egg shakes in the bag, and I think so. And gonna hit us off. Thank you.
Well, not so much. I'm easy to find usually, so I'll be doing a bunch of stuff tomorrow at the conference. If there's any topics that you're interested in, feel free to check in with Q, get the blood in the capillaries. And I do want to make you aware, if you're interested in hobbies work, I worked on a project with 40 collaborators, over 20 music therapists last year. I have it as a download card, $5 for students, and free CD set, $10 for students. 3 days there was 77 tracks of music from multicultural and hospice-based perspective. So here's the work. It's a really beautiful window into the work from a lot of colleagues, and we'll be doing a presentation tomorrow to and such. And Chance circled around. I was the daughters of area. I'm going to help them out, play some drums from different perspectives to support the Chance. And great way to learn and get more comfortable with the concept of using chant materials, just simple, repetitive styles of vocalization, and especially great for people who are not really from like a vocal performance persuasion. You know, as a music therapist, you don't get to not sing. You can only go about figuring out how to become more comfortable singing and more confident singing. So the best way to do it for me was to be in group experiences and just use my voice and figure out what my voice was, what kind of voice I have to share. You know, you go through a period, I think, of music therapist where you imitate and emulate, and then it takes all the stress away when you just be you and you sing with the voice that you were given. So finding that voice in the process and participating in, you know, some of the things at the session, Sharon's having a closing you could hear this on Sunday. I've been in Sharon Bowl. So that is a way to see us and African American dances that will be performing. And it's just a great opportunity to be in the moment and allow your body and yourself to and it's very interactive and very I appreciate it. Yeah. It's part of the experience.
So, we want to thank Andy and Carolyn and Christina and Jeff for helping us out with that. Our president. Awesome liaison to make all of this happen. I'm Izzy. I'm the vice president. This is fun.
Yes, and I'm Ellen. I'm the president-elect, so.
Welcome to our business meeting on Saturday, right after you see the internship there. Friday. Well, yeah, but yes, Friday, of course. But Saturday, if you're really interested in running and voting for next year's executive board, it's a lot of fun. These guys are awesome to work with. This was a really cool experience to be a part of.
We got Wiley.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because he wasn't here this morning. Wiley is our awesome secretary. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. This is why I do.
You know, and there are other students who don't take advantage of this resource, so be a squeaky wheel and really, you know, encourage your peers, you know, because this is really how it all starts. And getting people engaged and keeping them engaged is the key to them really finding a successful path and a long-term relationship with music therapy, rather than trying it for a couple of years and then checking out because they just don't feel connected and they don't really have a very deep sense of the work. So the more of this that you do, this community building, and then you develop the relationships and you can check in with your peers and you have resources so you can talk to when you're in your internship and be like, wow, man, can I just talk to you for a minute? You know, another colleague, another peer who's in that with you. Sometimes it's really nice to be able to call my colleagues and be like, hey, I got this client, this is the situation, I need a song, what song? And like, right now, bang, what song, after I describe this to you, what song comes to your mind in like 5 seconds? Bang, you know, sometimes I just have those moments where it's like, I don't know, my brain cells are running low that day, and I know there's this thing and I'm missing it, so I'm like, okay, hey, you know, that's just ongoing, and it's the wonderful aspect of the community. You know.
So I'll give a round of applause for Riley.
Thank you so much for coming and to everyone who presented again. Presentations were awesome. Know a lot of work in them. So, that's it. We're done with our business meeting, and we had a great start to June.
Take advantage of every opportunity that you have this weekend. It'll be well worth it.
Wake up early, even though it's painful. Believe me, she scheduled me for 7 a.m. this morning.
Yeah. I know you would be there and you would have the energy to do it.
Yeah.
Great job. So we just want to say thank you again for coming. I hope you took a lot from this experience, and you could put that instrument back to bag or in the middle. We can take care of them, and we hope to see you at the opening session and as one more thing.